of Fox Sports.
We are Blackmore. We are St. Louis.
Welcome to St. Louis Cardinal Baseball on Fox Sports Midwest. A warm Sunday afternoon. The Cardinals and the Kansas City Royals. Interleague play continues. Final game of a homestand for the Redbirds. And a happy Father's Day. Families enjoying Cardinal baseball together here this afternoon. They're filing in, a big crowd expected today. So glad you're with us. Rick Horton with Al Roboski, and of course Father's Day, an important day. Happy Father's Day to our viewers. Sit back and enjoy Cardinal baseball this afternoon. And Al, the significance of Father's Day.
Well, it really is something special. You think about all the generations of how many fans we've had as fathers bring out their kids, grandfathers brought out their sons, and then you just carry on this tradition. It is such a special day, and even the Cardinal players are having their father-son game right behind us right now.
I was the losing pitcher, actually, in that father's kid game a couple of different times. They're enjoying it, and we're going to enjoy Cardinal baseball. And it's coming up right around the corner. On this Father's Day, the Kansas City Royals and the Cardinals rubber game of the three-game series here this afternoon. In today's game, we're participating in the Home Run Challenge. Every home run in this game by either team raises $20,000. After 10 days, 131 home runs have been hit, raising more than $2 million for prostate cancer research. You can make a pledge by calling 800-798-CURE, that's 2873, or go online to www.pcf.org. John Jay, working to get back into the Cardinal lineup. We sure do miss him. Our hitting stars included Matt Holliday. He had a long home run. Yadier Molina followed with one of his own in the Cardinals' first. Kansas City came back, but Jason Mott finally closed it out with save number 14 for a Redbird victory. Cardinals starter Adam Wainwright will pitch the rubber game here this afternoon. More from Busch after this. with the Royals. They'll head to Detroit on Tuesday to take on Justin Verlander and the Tigers. The reigning MVP and Cy Young winner from a year ago had an off day in New York earlier this season and taught a few high school players some secrets to his success.
Hey, what's up? I'm here in New York. I asked Twitter what to do while I'm here, and I decided I'm going to check out this high school baseball game. So let's go. What's up, boys? What's up, fellas? What's up, man?
Can I hug you?
Yeah, dude. How are you?
What's up, man?
What's up, man?
I had to hug him.
How are you? Nice to meet you guys.
Oh, my God. He throws 101. That's crazy.
I saw who's a pitcher. I saw him throw him. He's got a good arm. What's up, boys? How are you?
When I see him coming in, I'm like, is that really Verlander? And I was just like, then I just start running in.
I saw him coming in. I'm like, oh my God, this is not real. And I looked at my teammates. Everyone's like, they stopped throwing, they stopped their warm-ups, and they were just, that's it. They were like, wow, just the Verlander's here with us.
Everybody else Yankees fan?
That's
Tigers.
And I asked for like some tips on pitching, on how he grips his ball.
How you throw your change? You throw a changeup?
Yeah, circle changeup.
That's exactly the way I throw mine.
For real?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Except I go on this part of the seam. So you're here, I go here.
Why do you do that?
I don't know.
That's just
That's the way I've always done it, man.
Yeah,
Curveball. I actually, I wouldn't teach it this way, but I actually don't hold the seams at all.
You don't?
No, I hold it like that, like
And-
right down the middle. I don't. I just kind of like feeling like the whole ball's in my hand.
Wow, it was just amazing.
And what's your right if Mr. Verlander throws out the first pitch?
Sports Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. By your Mid-America Chevy dealers, the #1 selling brand in St. Louis. Find us at stlchevy.com. By Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers, #1 for quality tires and expert auto service. And by Steak and Shake, just no equal. Plenty of dads on hand here. Father's Day baseball at Busch Stadium. That means plenty of kids here as well. Hoping for a Cardinal victory here this afternoon. The final game of a 9-game interleague homestand. Kids eagerly awaiting the Cardinals to take the field, and they do just that. We're glad you're with us for interleague baseball. The visitors are the Kansas City Royals, and here's the Southwest Airlines batting order. Alex Gordon, Chris Getz, and Eric Hosmer will hit in the first. Hosmer, one of the best young players in the American League. Francoeur, Moustakas, Escobar to follow. Then Humberto Quintero is behind the plate. He'll bat 7th. Jared Dyson in center, and Luis Mendoza will pitch and bat 9th against the Cardinal ace, Adam Wainwright.
Very deceptive 5-7 record. He's pitched much better than that. He's been victimized by some poor defense behind it. And I think Adam Wainwright is ready to just take charge and say, yeah, you call me the ace. Let me show you how much I can prove it.
He has been proving it at home of late. Our Toyota keys to the game. Wainwright, last 3 outings here at Busch Stadium, 2-1 with a low ERA. And how about that walk strikeout ratio? Just 3 walks, 18 strikeouts, and he has not allowed a home run in those last 3 games. The defense behind Wainwright will be Holiday. Beltran gets to start center, and Alan Craig in right. Freeze, Green, Descalzo, and Adams on the infield. So for Call not in the lineup. Tony Cruz, a rare start behind the plate, and Adam Wainwright will pitch for the Redbirds, our Dobbs Cardinals defense. Interleague play. Cardinals are 4-4. We'll go on to Detroit and then Kansas City from here after an off day tomorrow. And the Royals have a good young team, and Alex Gordon is one of their best players as well. He'll lead it off. Seems to have found a hole in that leadoff spot.
He moved in there last season. And just because of his high on-base percentage, not truly a leadoff guy, but he continues to get on base, and he has a 6-game hitting streak working.
Count evens at 1. Gordon does walk a lot, 34 walks on the season. And a year ago, he put up very big numbers. Ned Yost in his 3rd year with the Kansas City Royals after 6 in Milwaukee. Has his team playing well. I think really you look at the Royals and what we've seen of them and what we've seen of them this year, really they just need 1 or 2 more starting pitchers and they'll be a lot better.
And part of that is they've got 2 starting pitchers on the disabled list. You have your closer, a couple starters on the disabled list. It makes things a little difficult for you. But there's no doubt they're moving in the right direction.
Cardinals using the shift, yeah, and there's been a lot of talk about that, whether or not that makes sense or not. And the shift doesn't matter because Gordon draws a walk.
We're talking about how, and Tony Cruz out to talk to Wainwright, is Tony missed that ball, so maybe it got crossed up a little bit. But Wainwright, even when he was coming off the Tommy John and even earlier in the season, always had the good strikeout to walk ratio. He was striking out plenty, and he really has cut down on the walks.
Cutter on the inside corner, strike 1. Getz also working on a 6-game hit streak, as is Gordon.
This is a little tougher because he had a stint on the disabled list in between. He's hit in the first 2 games of this series since he came off the DL.
Really nifty with the bat, too. If you like old school baseball, he does all those little things well. 6 sacrifice bunts on the year, and occasionally he'll try to bunt for a hit. We've seen that in this series. Good lead for Gordon.
Very nice video tribute to Jack Buck and Darryl Kyle before the game, and we'll probably talk a little more about that. But how many old school baseball fans used to hear Jack Buck always say, you know, late in the ball game, you do not, swing at the first pitch. Those things have really changed now, haven't they?
No question. Curveball misses. Jack Buck certainly taught us a lot about life, Al, and the game of baseball.
No doubt about that. And anybody that accepts this mantle, you have to just expect it of you to do the work in the community and a lot of charitable work. Jack Buck was the best at it.
Ball hit on the ground to Freeze. The second for one, late covering because of a shift is Descalzo, and the Cardinals not able to get a double play. That's one of the issues with the shift and with overplaying somebody defensively, is Descalzo just couldn't get there in time. Now you're talking about counts and whether or not it makes sense to swing at the first pitch. Look at the numbers for Wainwright. 463 is the opponent's batting average, including 4 home runs, when the count is 0-0. So first ball hitting appears to be something that works if you're trying to attack Adam Wainwright.
Well, how many times did Tony La Russa defend a player going up there and swinging at the first pitch, saying this is probably going to be the best shot for you? That is a complete reversal from when I played. You know, guys would take that first pitch, they wouldn't put it in play, they'd foul it off. But now you see that such a high average when Wainwright and many other pitchers throw that first pitch in the strike zone.
Line drive foul. You'll see him soon enough, but Luis Mendoza, starting for Kansas City, has the same issue. Opponents hitting .400 against him on the first pitch.
And the thought is everyone preaches first pitch strikes, so maybe you'll get a not quite a BP fastball, but you'll get something that they're trying to get ahead breaking ball. Good curveball. Adams had that curveball that came back a lot quicker than the cutter, but I feel right now that he has a lot of confidence in throwing either one of his secondary pitches, and he's very comfortable throwing with a little bit decreased velocity, knowing how to spot it better. Tony Cruz is making his 8th start of the year, and Ricky, as a pitcher, it really does make a difference, doesn't it?
No
Who's
question.
catching you?
Yeah, there's not kind of a memory bank of information, kind of the synergy that happens between pitcher and catcher. They have not really been able to work on that much. Ground ball to the right side. He jams Hosmer, and Descalzo is going to flip to Wainwright covering. Adams came off the bag, so Wainwright had to cover.
AFP in spring training teaches you this: ball hit to the right side, you go right to the bag. All the years with Albert Pujols also told you to go to the bag, as he would range so far to his right.
Jeff Francoeur, the right fielder for Kansas City. It's in the cleanup spot, and he's 4 for 13 lifetime against Wainwright, including a home run. Wainwright was a loser in his last outing.
Shouldn't have been.
To the White Sox, but you're right, he pitched well. 7 innings.
Gave up 2 runs in that game. Remember, they hit the ball, they got into the right center field gap after a double play was not turned. A little luck, he should have had 7 shutout innings in that ball game.
Francoeur just 167 in this particular situation. We've got a battle of Georgians here. Notice the players wearing the light blue wristband along with the umpires. And we have our pins out in support of prostate cancer research, celebrating Father's Day here today. Wainwright decked out as well.
He wants this one bounced. I assume a breaking ball. No, maybe just a little deke to the runner at second base as he tapped the glove on the ground. They wouldn't be relaying signs.
They wouldn't?
I don't think they do those things much anymore.
Full count to Francoeur. First base is open, but Moustakas is next. The 3-2. Curveball, swing and a miss. Patented Adam Wainwright, overhand curveball. In the Cardinals, perhaps that young man's first baseball game. I'm sure that's true for plenty of kids here at the ballpark this afternoon. Here's the Southwest Airlines Cardinals batting order. Daniel Descalso, followed by Carlos Beltran here in the first. Holiday, Craig, and Freese in the middle. Matt Adams, Tyler Green, Tony Cruz, and the pitcher, Adam Wainwright. And they will face kind of a late bloomer. The career of Luis Mendoza seems to be on an upward trajectory.
Well, he really had a great spring training, which followed up a great season he had last year as the Pacific Coast League Pitcher of the Year. End up leading in ERA at 2.18. And that's in a very hitters-friendly league. And his last 3 months of the regular season last year for Omaha, 105, 154, and 159 was ERA. And what you're talking about is he kind of hit rock bottom. He's a sinker ball pitcher, but he threw from a little more of a three-quarter arm angle. And then he finally said, I need help.
Fly ball to right. Descalso is retired. And we'll let you finish that thought after showing you the Royals defense. Gordon, Dyson, and Francoeur in the outfield. Moustakas, Escobar, Getz, and Hosmer on the infield. Escobar's been very good with the glove. Humberto Quintero, the veteran catcher. Mendoza, the pitcher. And there's one more look at Luis Mendoza.
At some point in 2010, he just called uncle. And
that's going to be a base hit. How about that? That would be your classic seeing eye base hit.
I think the Getz, and he might have hurt himself. He just came off the disabled list, but he kind of acted like the shortstop's ball, and he kind of shied away from it. And then it looks like he injured a foot. maybe the knee or something, but more like the bottom of the foot. Ball bounced up the middle, and they kind of both looked at each other, but Getz definitely thought that Escobar was going to field the play. See him look at his shortstop right there, or he might have started hurting his ankle or something before, and that's why he kind of peeled off a bit.
And he is not going to be able to continue. And a short bench for the Royals as well. They have Yuniesky Betancourt as a backup infielder.
And I'm sure he'll go in.
Mostly seen him play shortstop.
You know what they say, and he was the shortstop last year, Betancourt, from Milwaukee, and really didn't have any takers. Nobody wanted him to play short, so he re-signed with, or he came back to Kansas City, but they say he can't play shortstop anymore. So Betancourt will be playing second base.
This is not a recurrence of what
no
Getz's earlier injury was. He had a rib cage problem. So Getz leaves the game. Betancourt will now play second base, and Beltran has himself a base hit.
Oh, he says he's ready. And I was telling you about Mendoza, that he finally went to the pitching coach, Doug Henry, and said, all right, what do I have to do? And they raised his arm angle so he could get more tilt on his sinker. And then he just had the super year last year. He's supposed to, you know, he had a great spring. He started in the rotation, had 3 really bad outings, and they said he reverted right back to where he was 2 years ago. They said, why did you do that? He said, well, the regular season now, I think I have to throw harder. And they said, no, just do what you've been doing.
Thinking too much.
That's it.
Yeah, why would you want to do what works?
Yeah.
Two 2-0 to Matt Holliday. Beltran had a good day yesterday, but so did Matt Holliday. Beltran on base 4 times with 3 hits. So he's now 4 for his last 5, but Holliday also had 4 hits yesterday.
With 5 RBIs. Matt had a little mechanical change in his swing, as very quickly yesterday McGuire and Mabry saw that his hands were, he was kind of squatting, bending over a little bit more, got him a little more upright, but Matt says it's really bringing his hands closer into his body.
Ground ball to left side. The second for 1, not in time, the first. Ball not hit quite hard enough for a double play.
Betancourt just came in here. We talked about he's mainly been a shortstop, so a little different, and he looked fine right there. Just like you said, it wasn't hit hard enough to turn 2. Number Betancourt, and that's how John Hewlett pronounced it, and how we learned from Milwaukee to pronounce the name.
Well, we heard 3 different things on 3 different visits to Milwaukee, and it all came from Betancourt himself. And he actually told him that if you pronounce it Betancourt, that's an insult to my family ancestry, and for what that means in my village that I came from. It's really Betancourt. And so they called him Betancourt for a while, and then kind of gave up on it, I think.
Yeah, and the Royals.
He said Yuniesky Betancourt.
And the Royals say, "What are you talking about?"
Well, he didn't have a very good year, so basically he's just going to get called whatever they want to call him.
Well, and remember, he was with Kansas City, and then he went to Milwaukee in part of the Greinke deal. So he's returned home.
2-0 on Alan Craig, now 2-1.
That's how Escobar in that deal came to Kansas City. Allen's still hitting well, but hasn't had the best homestand. Only 6 for 27 with 1 RBI.
Ground ball to third. Moustakas goes the short way to second to retire Holiday and the Cardinals. We're through one. MLB.com at bat 12 for your iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry, and Windows Mobile. Get live audio, pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text at bat to 31826, or you can visit Cardinals.com for details. Wainwright back to work. Stranded a Royal in the first, and it's another cutter on the first pitch, this time to Mike Moustakas.
See if that pattern continues.
3 hits yesterday for Moustakas, including his 10th home run of the season. Good young player. Just 23 years of age. Bright future. Soft liner, and nice attempt by Descalzo, but he couldn't come up with it, so a jam shot results in a base hit for Moustakas here in the second.
Can't do much about that. Great effort by Descalzo. Tried to time that ball, go back as much as he could, but bites this ball up, and here you'll see that effort from second baseman Descalzo. Just missed it. Would have been a heck of a catch.
Bunt attempt, and it's a beauty. Escobar's going to beat this out for sure. Perfectly placed bunt. And Escobar had only been 2 for 13 against Adam Wainwright. Gets the second hit of the inning for Kansas City.
Couldn't have rolled that ball out there any better.
And we've been extending our Father's Day wishes to all of the Cardinal fans, all of our viewers, and I've got one to extend to you, Al, from our good friend Bruce Suter, who just texted and said happy Father's Day to both you and Al, and he wants to hear some more stories about the Hungarian sleepwalkers.
From the little town of Szentendre, about an 800-year-old village just up from Buda.
Nice to be entertaining Bruce Suter in Atlanta, watching Cardinal baseball. And a happy Father's Day to him.
Definitely.
A jam for Wainwright here in the second inning. Back-to-back hits by Moustakas and Escobar. Humberto Quintero, certainly a double play possibility. The 1-1.
they get 2 men on to lead this inning. But if you're Wainwright, you know it's a little more of a challenge. But because of his ability to strike out batters and to get ground balls, you know, he can find his escape route.
Flare to right, and that'll go foul. And I like Wainwright there out taking an extra look at the runner at second base. The Cardinals have been stolen blind a couple of times in this series.
I was just thinking the same thing, that paid attention. Escobar in the first game that just picked Loesch blind, as he only looked one time and then he took off and it cost him a run.
Curveball, base hit to left, a bit of a hanger, and the Royals are going to jump out on top. 3 hits in a row. RBI base hit for Quintero, 1-0 Kansas City.
RBI for Quintero, and there you see that little hanging breaking ball started up, still in the strike zone when it crosses the plate, so it probably had to stay high, started high, and you want it to be down below the knees.
Royals have shown they're very good going first to third as well. That was a base hit to left field, and Escobar, who had a big lead at first base with Adams playing behind him, was able to go first to third without much trouble.
Escobar's got good speed. You kind of wonder if he didn't go first to third. Remember yesterday, with Dyson up and a runner at third, they tried a squeeze play. Also seen Dyson bunt.
There's a good curveball from Wainwright. Royals have scored first in all 3 games of this series. And that's something when you look at the Cardinals 2012 season, that's a big number. They're 26-9 when scoring first, talking about the Cardinals. Much better. Seems like it sets up their bullpen much better and allows for them to run more. But the Royals jumping out on top again.
Scored first yesterday, but the Cardinals came back in a hurry.
Ground ball back to Wainwright. He's not going to let that run score. He's going to get the lead runner, and now there's going to be a play at the plate, which is going to allow all the other runners just running back. Don't even have to tag them. So the good news is Wainwright gets the lead runner. The bad news is the other 2 runners both advance.
And actually, Adam threw that ball too soon to the third baseman. As you do what he does, he starts to come on contact, then he's trapped in the middle. But Adams should have closed the gap a little more, running back to third base, and then the runner that's on first wouldn't have been able to get to third. So they end up in a better situation. They had first and third. Now they have runners at second and third.
And the infield in for St. Louis. David Freese showing the perfect form there. You put the ball up and you hold it up. You don't kind of pump it. That's the worst thing you can do, is to fake like you're going to throw it. You'll either drop it or confuse the defender. This ball gets away from Cruz, and he's coming home, but now he's back. A late jump at third by Quintero, and he had to scamper back to the bag.
That's catcher Quintero running, so he didn't really look like, he kind of had the hands on the hips. Didn't look like he was quite taking a secondary lead as he should have been. And he did make the right decision in going back.
Mendoza, the pitcher at the plate. 28-year-old right-hander. Don't lose this guy. Of course, a squeeze is a possibility. Hard to do with a pitcher that hasn't.
That's what I was just thinking.
Been up very
it's his first at bat this year, and only his second major league at bat So it's really pretty tough to put on a squeeze play. Those is from Mexico City, Mexico.
The 2-1 from Wainwright on the corner. All the more reason for Quintero to maybe take a chance with the pitcher at the plate on the ball that scampered away from Cruz.
So he would have been out.
Might have been. That's beside the point, Al.
But your point is well taken.
And so is yours. The 2-2 curveball is a bit high. Our dear friend Jack Buck would say right now. He wouldn't walk the pitcher, would he?
And when I also, maybe they're giving this pitcher too much credit as a hitter. That's what I wanted. Just throw the ball by him.
Perhaps you're right.
Took 6 pitches to put him away, and you tell by that last swing he's not a very accomplished hitter.
Alex Gordon, first base open. Betancourt has entered the game for Getz. He bats next. Curveball is a goodie right down the middle. Nice break there on that curveball from Wainwright.
And it really looked like Gordon was either he was looking for something hard, was not going to swing at all on a curveball, or was just going to take that first pitch.
Jams him. You better hurry. Descalzo, the first to retire Gordon. The Royals pick up 3 hits in the inning. They score once. They lead the Cardinals through 1.5. Today, thanks to our friends at On the Run at Mobile. Cardinals scores 6. Any size drink, just 50 cents all day tomorrow at your nearest On the Run. This year, 6 is a serious number. 1-0 Royals. Rubber game of the 3-game weekend series. Happy Father's Day. Cardinals offense exploded here yesterday, and hoping for some more of the same. They'll have to do it against Luis Mendoza. He was pretty good in his last start.
Yeah, no hitter.
I would call that pretty good.
Like for 6+ innings. End up with a no decision and a Royals win. That was one of their walk-off wins.
you'd think his confidence would be high. Facing David Freese.
You kind of said a late bloomer too, and the Royals a little bit guarded with him because they remember a couple of years ago they had a guy, young pitcher named Phil Humber.
Line drive caught by Betancourt. He wasn't loose coming into the game. He is now.
Got up, stretched out, and hauled it in. Timed his jump perfectly, didn't he? But the Royals had Umber, who earlier this year threw the perfect game for the White Sox, and they kind of gave up on him, so they didn't want to do the same with Mendoza.
Matt Adams at 268, 2 home runs, 13 RBIs in his rookie season. And it's getting tougher and tougher for Mike Matheny to find at bats for him. The way Alan Craig is swinging the bat, and really a lot of the outfielders too, which means you put Craig at first and not in one of the corner positions.
But he's starting to make that a little more tougher decision.
Soft liner into center field. Back goes the shortstop, and he makes the grab. What a play by Escobar. Over the shoulder. Tremendous athleticism.
He just jumped blindly
Wow.
and threw the glove up and came right down in it. I'm sure that surprised himself. This little blooper looks like it's going to be a base hit. And look at that. Kind of jumps in the air, kind of throws the glove where he thinks it's going to be, and it ends up in it and squeezes it.
Some play. He's all smiles too.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. So Matt Adams is robbed of a hit. Tyler Green now bats with 2 outs, no Redbirds aboard.
By Tyler Green, 2-game hitting streak, 4 for 7, but 6 for 13 on the homestand.
Late swing by Green. He's a strikeout victim. First one for Mendoza. Escobar slapping the leather. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by MyKiaSt.Louis.com. Right now at Jack in the Box, you can try the new Chipotle Chicken Club Combo for just $4.99 plus tax. And find a helpful servicing steel dealer near you. Visit steeldealers.com. Wainwright misses inside to Yuniesky Betancourt. Made a very nice play in the second inning, along with the shortstop Escobar. Another bunt attempt. These guys must have worked a lot on bunting in spring training.
Must have.
Wainwright just 4 of 11 in first pitch strikes. A good percentage is around 65. Kyle Loesch up among the league leaders. His is closer to 70.
It's kind of debatable when they're hitting well over 400 on the first pitch. I don't know if I would.
It's a good point.
Yeah. Maybe you know, it's like a first ball fastball hitter. You throw him a fastball, but you throw it off the plate. Trying to go inside there. A little bit low.
A lot of pitches for Wainwright in the early going.
Just thinking the same thing. And averaging 20.5 in the first 2 innings. He's up to 46 right now.
Ground ball to third. Tough hop handled by Freeze. Throws out Betancourt. Here's the pitch count for Wainwright we were talking about. 47 pitches, 30 of them for strikes. And now you realize that that was the third time already in this telecast that you and I have been thinking the same thing at the same time. I believe that one of us should be very worried.
You should be. I'll say it for you.
We're just celebrating Father's Day together here, Al. Strike one to Hosmer.
Getz leaves with a left lateral lower leg strain.
Say that 10 times fast. Hosmer bounced out in the first. Has good power. Front of the plate. It's a fair ball. Cruz pounces on it. Two outs for Wainwright here in the third. If you have a question for us, you can go to carsoup.com/Cardinals and you can send us your email to booth questions. We always love those questions. Look forward to hearing from you.
Ask Ricky why he's thinking like me. He dogged Kelly in the pregame show.
You heard that.
And you did. What else did you do?
Well,
there?
you know why I dogged Kelly.
I understand why, but
we'll explain that as we go on. There's a quicker inning for Mr. Wainwright. Just what Toyota Cardinals Live. We're going to have a special tribute to Jack Buck, who died 10 years ago. Toyota Cardinals Live Tuesday at 5:30, followed by the Cards and the Tigers. Coverage begins at 6 p.m. on Fox Sports Midwest.
The Father's here today, and what a pitching matchup that's going to be on Tuesday. 10-2 Lance Lynn against Justin Verlander. He won his last start against the Cubs, but he had been close to a month between victories.
And I also understand via Twitter, and I want to make sure I give credit where credit is due. Somebody has tweeted that Jacob Turner has gotten recalled from AAA and he'll pitch against the Cardinals. Jacob, first round draft choice from St. Louis. Busch Stadium, St. Louis. Beautiful afternoon, Father's Day, the Cardinals and the Royals. 1-0 Kansas City. Adam Wainwright is the starter. Rick Horton with Al Raboski. The RBI single by Humberto Quintero, the difference in this game.
And Ricky, Tigers had a to-be-announced starter for Thursday, so that could make sense.
And that's Derek Gould, who has tweeted that Jacob Turner, who was coached in high school by Mike Matheny at Westminster Christian Academy, will pitch against the Cardinals on Thursday.
Good. And that little special little nuance to that game.
No question.
Remember Chris Duncan and John Mabry going to be squaring off here tomorrow afternoon. Apparently, the Missouri High School All-Stars against the Illinois.
Here's a long one down the left field line. Will it stay fair? Hooking and foul. Home run distance for Wainwright. That got this crowd excited.
Sure did. Wainwright does have 5 career home runs. And this year, for whatever reason, you just see just barely foul. He only picked up his 2nd hit in his last start, but he still was a .210 career hitter.
So they threw him something different. 2 strikeouts for Mendoza. And we should also say that our home plate umpire today is Paul Nart, the crew chief who made the decision and the determination yesterday on the strange call in the first inning. Is Dana DeMuth. He's at first, Alan Porter at second, and Kerwin Danley not here today.
Yeah, I sort of surmised, that's Mike Estabrook, that afterwards Kerwin Danley had to have IVs. So I kind of figured that they said, oh, take the day off. Even if he was to go on a vacation, he wouldn't do that until after the series. So I think it's one more way baseball's trying to take better care of the umpires also.
Makes sense. Soft liner to center. Dyson has it. We've seen good defense in this series. Escobar has had a lot of it. We saw him make a play in the hole that robbed Yadier Molina of a hit. We saw a barehanded play on the run, and how about this catch off of Matt Adams? Escobar gets the hit when we come back.
the month? That's right. Each month, they feature a unique donut for a limited time only. Their talented in-store bakers submit ideas for these special flavors, like the German chocolate, or your favorite, Ricky, the pina colada. During the month of June, they're featuring a donut based on the popsicle that everyone enjoys. It's an Orange Dream donut, a yeast-raised donut with a light, fluffy orange whip filling that's topped with vanilla icing. They make donuts fresh every day in the store, and that's the Schnucks difference.
We know each other so well, you know my favorite donut.
But those bakers really have a great time with that. They submit different ideas. They come up with these things.
If you knew it was my favorite, it would have been a really nice Father's Day gift. You could have brought one to the ballpark today. Just saying.
Ricky, I did bring you a dozen, but I got hungry.
Fair enough. Fair enough. It's the thought that counts. Moustakas, Escobar, and Quintero. Much easier inning for Wainwright in the third. He'd had 41 pitches through 2. And he needs a couple of innings here in the middle of this ball game to be low pitch count innings.
Talking about Kerwin Dantley, having the problem with dehydration, had to have IVs put in, a lot of these ball players. And then we think about the days of Old Bush Stadium with the AstroTurf.
Right.
And remember, they had the sliding pit, so even on the infield it was all turf. Reach days like today, reach 140 degrees. We didn't have IVs. We didn't have those things. We didn't have these modern uniforms that breathe. Actually.
But at least, Al, we didn't have the wool uniforms of the
I wore it my first year.
You did?
Yeah. The wool uniform.
I stand corrected.
It was the Pittsburgh Pirates that first came in with what we called the softball uniforms. The knits. And then, of course, remember, there were all the pullovers during my career. And now they do the button down. That looks like the old flannels, but the Cardinals still have the best uniform in baseball. The birds on the bat, it's just such a classic look.
Great story about the evolution of that particular pattern going back to Branch Rickey. Line drive foul. We actually had a dinner and some people had kind of made that the placemat. Somebody drew a picture of a Cardinal, put him on the birds, and he liked it, and he asked him to kind of draw something that might be usable on a uniform.
And then the bird has evolved and changed over the years. And one year they had a black bat. Bird sitting on the black bat. That look is as good as it gets.
Players are proud to wear that uniform.
You can see the blue ribbon and the blue sweatbands.
High fastball, fans. Moustakas, they've been working him in.
That was definitely, he did a good job of going in and up. Up out of the strike zone. They'll chase that. It's high. You see it well, but you can't hit it. That reminds you of Bruce Suter's fastball to Gorman Thomas.
Oh, you're just saying that because you know he's still watching.
That'll get him back to the TV set.
Rarely misses a game.
I used to ask our hitters, I said, what is it about Bruce Suter? Why can't you hit that thing? And they'd say, Al, he's on the mound. He delivers that pitch. It looks like a beach ball. It is so big, and the minute I start my swing, the bottom falls out of it. And boy, was he good. And a shame that arm injuries finally took him. Really didn't get a chance to show the Atlanta Braves fans how good he was.
Big curveball from Wainwright. Escobar could not keep his hands back. 1-2 to count to him. He had a bunt single in the second inning. Royals scored their run there. Moustakas, Escobar, and Quintero, 3 hits in a row. And that's your score, 1-0.
Pretty good pitch. Didn't get the call. Probably was a little inside, but right where he wanted it.
Ground ball to the right side. Scalzo takes his time. Throws out Escobar. The All-Star game right around the corner, July 10th. Looking forward to that. It'll be in Kansas City, and just which Cardinals will be there. July 10th on Fox. Baseball's big show.
Last day you can vote here at the ballpark, but you still can vote online and up to 25 times for your favorite Cardinal. Quintero came over from the Houston on March 20th. Probably a little bit of a move there after they lost Salvador Perez, their fine 21-year-old catcher, who is on rehab assignment. But they say he is something. 21 years of age, accomplished bat, and very good at handling the pitching staff. And Ned Yost compared him to Yachty. And meant it in a very high compliment.
Nine straight retired by Wainwright, including 3 strikeouts. July 10th. It'll be on Fox. And here's a look at the All-Star ballot leaders. Hamilton, Granderson, Cruz. Sounds like a pretty good outfield to me. Some big boppers in that lineup with Fielder and Beltre as well. Napoli the catcher, Ortiz the DH. And Ned Yost will be there.
Ron Washington, the American League manager, has invited Ned Yost, which is customary, the host manager, to be a part of the coaching staff. Of course, what Royal will be represented? Not real sure.
Good question. Again, July 10th on Fox. Major League Baseball All-Star Game.
Royals have a bunch of future All-Stars. Beltran will be there. Last count we saw, he was second in the balloting for National League outfielders.
Ryan Braun has caught him in home runs to lead the National League at 19. He's third in RBIs with 48. And by the way, 18 for his last 35. over 500. And he now has a 10-game hitting streak. All kinds of good numbers for Beltran, who's playing center field today. The jury's still out on whether or not that's going to work. Beltran in center field. A lot more wear and tear on your knees and body to play center field. Doesn't really complain at all.
No, it just that knee will bark enough just to let Mike Matheny know he can't do it on an everyday basis. The month of June, Carlos is hitting .370, 4 home runs, just 6 RBIs.
Ground ball to the left side. There's Escobar again.
Backdoor breaking ball and tried to shoot it towards left field, but bounced a little up towards the middle, and Escobar took care of it.
Holiday appears to me to be just on the verge of busting loose. Not that he's had bad numbers, but when he gets hot, he gets red hot.
Hit .340 in May, and really just had a slow month of April, but steadily that batting average been climbing. 11 home runs, 40 RBIs. He had more than half his home runs in May, and exactly half his 21 RBIs of his 40 in May. 6 home runs, 21 RBIs. Hit .340. Well, he's been a good hitter in interleague play.
Ground ball, it's fair. Nice play, Moustakas from his knees. He is safe at first.
Oh, what a play.
Wow.
What a play.
We have seen some defense from the Royals.
Just right over the bag, dives for it. He's in foul territory, and from his knees, look at the throw, the arm strength right there. Hosmer, who's very good at the first base side, tries to come up with it, but Holiday was safe anyway. But what an effort. You can just see, you look at this young Royals team, and you can project, 2 or 3 more years down the road. They all stay together, and they're starting to lock these kids up. That they'll become that much more consistent, and we won't have a problem trying to figure out who their all-star
right.
recipient is. It'll be multiple players.
And maybe some gold gloves in their future, too. Talked yesterday about Alex Gordon winning a gold glove last year after moving to the outfield and having 20 assists from the left field position.
Yeah, that beat Jermaine Dye's record. And you kind of look at this team. One time they could have had Beltran, Damon, and Jermaine Dye in the outfield together.
Ball gets away from Quintero. Holiday advances. Ball almost hit Craig.
A wild pitch. Right at the kneecap is that sinker. You saw the action there. Put Holiday in the scoring position. Alan Craig, as I said, at the homestand, he's only 1 RBI, and we are so accustomed to seeing him just pick up RBI after RBI. Still doing a good job for his few at-bats. Playing in his 28th ball game with 27 RBIs. Runners in scoring position. I guess that tells you why he's got those 27 RBIs in 27 previous games.
Chance for another one here. 1-2 the count. Really working on changing speeds with Alan Craig. They don't want him to be comfortable at the plate. Of course, you don't want any hitter to be comfortable at the plate, but he's getting a steady diet of balls in the dirt in this series, trying to get him to chase. Talk about the RBI production of Craig. David Freese, who bats next, is in the top 10 in the National League with his 43 RBIs. Holiday has 40. Beltran 48. So right in the middle of this lineup, you've got guys that have been very good at driving in runs. Nice crowd on hand.
Sun-drenched.
I'll say.
One bounced and Quintero's able to block it. So 3-2. Let me catch it for you, Ricky.
That shows how fast that comes upon you and why we always say to fans,
watch
when in doubt, duck. Duck behind a big guy.
Hope he
doesn't duck.
Doesn't duck, yeah. Everybody going to catch that ball in the last second. They bail out, and then the little kid's right there that gets hit.
A walk to Craig. 2 runners aboard now for the Cardinals. And I guess we would hope, Al, that every ball that goes into the stands today, I'd like to think that every foul ball in the stands today, somebody's giving that ball to a kid, and the kid and the dad are talking about it. Hopefully, about how cool that is.
It is amazing that how many generations of, dad brings his son to the ball game and have that special bond, and then they repeat it with their sons.
Right.
They're going on for centuries.
One generation says, I saw Stan Musial play and I've been a fan for years, and then the son says, I saw Lou Brock play to his kids, and now they'll be saying, I saw David Freese play, Matt Holliday, Yadier Molina. The 2-0 to Freese. Dangerous pitch here. Swing and a miss. Big swing from David.
Good pitch up and in. Got the fastball he's looking for, but not the location. Inside, he was just gearing for the fastball. He got it, and he's going to swing no matter what.
You get a lot of production from David Freese, but he does have 62 strikeouts, and he's hit into 10 double plays to lead the National League.
Sometimes we'll see them work the ball in on David, and then when you get 2 strikes on him, breaking balls off the plate, he'll chase it. But if you make a mistake, you can do a lot of damage with it.
The 2-2. Ground ball to the left side. Moustakas to second for 1, and that's all they'll get.
Jammed him too much.
So it'll be up to Matt Adams if the Cardinals are going to score here in the 4th inning, looking for their first run against Luis Mendoza.
Matt was robbed of a base hit his last time up, but he's been a little productive of late. 3 for his last 8, the 2-game hitting streak, but on the homestand, 4 for 16 with 5 RBIs. Remember Friday night against Cleveland, he got the pinch hit 2-run single.
There are times when he's been fooled on off-speed pitches, but you really get a sense of him having a good at-bat every time.
He's learning up here, and they're working him over a little bit, but he's starting to make adjustments. Play the shortstop almost behind the second base. Second baseman way in the hole. Stockus at third, way off the line. Pitching away.
One of the dilemmas with the switch is you've got your defense playing one way, but you can't ask the pitcher to not work both sides of the plate. That's
right.
The only way you're going to get somebody out.
Right.
You have to go in and out.
And I've seen Adams go to left field with line drives. Now they're back inside. Good lay off that pitch there. That will trick a lot of hitters, that fastball up.
Holiday at third, Freeze at first. 1-0 Kansas City. Like he was trying to go the other way on that.
Yeah. Bad for the first 3 innings. And this 4th one getting a little long.
Now, were you number 39 with Kansas City?
Absolutely.
Would have thought that'd be retired by now.
I did too, but I don't think anybody else would think that.
We got 2 votes.
2 votes.
Talking about the shift yesterday, the comments that Kevin Seitzer made to Mike Shannon that he can't stand the shift.
Yeah,
he said, I would teach my players, hit the ball to the other side.
Sure.
Make an adjustment. If they're going to give you a hit, and we've seen that a few times this year.
Belton dropped down a bunt.
Absolutely. The 2-2. Watch out at third. You said yesterday Al Quintero likes to throw.
And he's become a modern Yachty. Yachty, I think he's got 40 pickoffs, but nobody really strays, even though he got 1 in this series. But Quintero's got 12 since 2010, and that leads the major leagues because nobody gives Yachty the opportunity anymore.
Freeze will be off with the pitch. 3-2 to Matt Adams. Mendoza delivers. We'll have to do it again. Very little breeze here this afternoon. What we have is blowing out to left. Adams doesn't need any breeze if he gets a hold of one. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. He strikes out Adams with a breaking ball, and that'll do it for the Cardinals in the 4th. Still looking for their first run. Cardinals. We also want you to vote for Al Raboski, number 39, to be retired in Kansas City. What a menacing, physical specimen he was.
This is Rod Carew on a 3-2 pitch in the 9th inning with 1 run. Bill Kunkel is the crew chief. He's mocking me, and while he's saying, he's going, "How's Mike? How's Mike?" And I told him in very unpolite words, "Get back to your position."
And then did it again.
And then he did it again. But Bill Kunkel was a major league pitcher and then turned umpire. And Mike, he kept on saying, "How's Mike? Where's Mike?" or whatever. It was my college coach.
Oh.
But he was doing that to appease Gene Mock, was saying, "Hey, he's violating the 20-second rule." So he goes, "Oh, I'll just make jokes with Al, and he won't mind." Al did mind.
Probably the only rule that Al Raboski ever violated, the 20-second rule.
Oh, I never violated it.
You didn't?
No. But afterwards, that.
Wow, he looks mean.
Now watch this.
Yep.
Watch this. This is the only curveball I ever threw in my life. Freddie Lynn.
You should have thrown a few more. That was a pretty good one.
Really?
Got good results.
But in that situation with Kunkel, I went behind the mound. He came back again as Carew kept on fouling off pitches. 1-run lead. And Whitey came to the mound. And he said, "We made a new rule. Al can't go off to the mound again. And if he does, you're going to throw him out of the game." Then Whitey started screaming at him.
You can't make a rule in the middle of the game.
Yes, he did.
We saw that here yesterday, didn't we? July 1st, hit like the pros and world champion Cardinals catcher Yadier Molina. Kids ages 15 and younger entering with a ticket on Sunday, July 1st. Are going to receive a 28-inch Yadier Molina Rawlings bat, courtesy of Rawlings. Get your tickets at Cardinals.com.
I wrote a letter to the league president. He said, "You're worrying about the competitive balance of the game and the integrity of the game, and you've got an umpire making up rules in the middle of the game, and a 3-2 pitch with 2 outs to a Hall of Fame batter with a 1-run lead. So you better worry about your umpires."
2-0 to Gordon, now 3-0, and I'm still working on the fact that you wrote a letter, Al. People don't do that anymore,
Emails?
I'm curious, just the tone of your letter. Was it polite? Or was it mad Hungarian?
No, it was stern but polite.
We'll call it mad Hungarian then. 3-1 to Gordon. Well,
thank you.
Couple of walks for Alex Gordon here this afternoon. He did not have a very good start to his career. He was a can't-miss prospect who was missing for a while. 244 average his first 4 years. And the home runs per year has drastically improved.
And think about it, too, because now comes up as a third baseman. You change positions, and it totally changes him. Becomes
almost all-star.
Almost all-star, but a Gold Glover.
On June 30th, all Tigers fans are invited to take advantage of special ticket prices and join us for a pregame pep rally with Mizzou's Spirit teams. Go to cardinals.com/Mizzou Day for more information. Mike Matheny overseeing things, and you wonder what goes through his mind on this Father's Day about the future of his ball club. Cardinals have been right around 500, just a little bit above, and you see signs like we saw yesterday with the bat, and then today Cardinals with just 2 hits through 4. Will the real Cardinals please stand up? Ground ball to short, tough play for Escobar, off balance throw, and he is safe at first. Close play.
Boy, Hosmer really came into foul territory, but it looked like he attempted and apparently did not stay on the bag, but it sure looked like he did.
I thought he was out when I saw it first.
I did too. I thought, watch the throw here, but see, he shifts his weight, and it looked like he was still on the bag. As the Cardinals get the benefit of the doubt.
Well, Tyler's on the bag too by the time he catches it, perhaps. Very close. Is Tyler on the bag? No, he's not. He's out.
So to the naked eye, we thought we got it right, and we're happy that Dana Demuth did not.
We're even.
There's that offense you were talking about. Just since you've been complaining, they got 50% more hits.
Well, now I want a stolen base.
Might get it.
Good situation for it. Tony Cruz.
Get a little hit and run here.
Actually handles the bat pretty well, Cruz. Had a good year offensively for the Cardinals last year, but really getting so few at-bats this year. Working him in. And that hits the bag. Fair ball. Green rounds second and is headed for third. Cruz on to second. And the Cardinals, good start to the bottom of the 5th. That was a bullet off the bat of Tony Cruz.
And hit right on the third base bag, so nobody could mistake that. It was going to be a hit. And carries down into the left field, right on the bag. So it hits the bag. It's a base hit. Gordon has those 20 assists, 5 last year, 5 this year, and a lot of things you can do with Adam Wainwright.
A couple of conversations going on, one with pitcher and catcher, one with coach and hitter. And what will the Cardinals do?
They pull the infield in.
Ball down the right field line, twisting, out of play. Adam looking for his first RBI of the season. That's hard to believe.
Yeah. You know what else is hard to believe? He doesn't have a sacked bunt.
You mentioned 5 career home runs.
He's 2 for 29 this season. He has 69 hits with 5 home runs, 23 RBIs in his career.
Career .223 batter. The 0-1. There's a bunt attempt, and the squeeze is not going to work. And Green is finally tagged out, and very surprised that the Cardinals are squeezing with nobody
out. I don't like that at all.
I don't get it at all.
You know, you have to know it's a possibility, but we'd sit there and think with nobody out, they wouldn't do it. And Adam can't make contact, and so Green is just a matter of time before the tag. And because of how they ran him back, Tony Cruz couldn't advance to third either. Did not like that at all. And you know he'll get a base hit now.
So a caught stealing is how it's ruled for Tyler Green, who was 8 for 9 in stolen bases, and Green's been thrown out at home a few times this year that we remember.
He broke his 17 successful steals to start the season, being caught stealing at home. And then I don't know, he have 8 straight again?
The reason we don't like it, Al, with nobody out is no matter what Wainwright does, if he strikes out, pops out, doesn't make any difference. You still have Daniel Descalso with a chance to drive in the tying run. And with Wainwright, who swings the bat well, you can play for a bigger inning by letting him swing the bat.
Yeah, and it just, you just feel that he could get that run in without trying to run the risk of the suicide. If you get a bunt down, it's hard to defend against the squeeze, but obviously he didn't get the bunt down. Well, they really swung around to expect him to hit the right field. Outfield.
3-2 to Wainwright.
Bud need a 2-out base hit now.
I'm impressed that you're feeling a little more positive than I am right now, Al. I'm still kind of dumbfounded.
Well, if Daniel can do the job, it would sure ease a lot of the questions.
Descalso in the leadoff spot, playing second base here this afternoon for call another off day, and he takes strike one.
Think about this series. Kyle Loshu is an excellent bunter. Bunts into a critical double play.
Not a bad bunt, just well defended.
Well, they put a wheel play on and executed it perfectly and got the lead runner at third and then threw Loshu out at first. And here Adam and a suicide squeeze. He doesn't get the bunt down. Those are things usually the Cardinals are very good at. Execution of little things.
There's a line drive right at the third baseman. Well, let's take a deep breath collectively as the Cardinals run themselves out of an opportunity here in the fifth. August 5th or March for Babies Day at Busch Stadium. The Cardinals will be hosting the Brewers. Tickets include a free hot dog and a soda and access to an on-field parade. For more info, visit cardinals.com/March of Dimes. Interleague play. Father's Day. Cardinals and the Royals. Very little offense usually means good pitching.
We're supposed to get
some of that.
Need home runs, though.
I know.
Raise some money.
Interleague play. All-Star game. Right around the corner, July 10th on Fox. We had our father-kid game here before the game.
Kids won.
Kids won again.
Again.
Got about 100 in a row. I wonder when they started doing that.
Whenever they started, that's when they started their winning streak.
Well, you already told me you go back to wool uniforms, so I figured it'd be a big number that you would know about. Father's Day. All teams do that. They do it differently, but
yeah, it's usually one of the worst days for the dads because they're so worried about getting their kids out there and trying to be a dad at the ballpark for the first time, you know.
Remember Whitey Herzog talking about the father-kid game. He said, well, I know we're going to lose this game.
No, I mean,
he was so angry every time he came around on the counter. I mean, he didn't want to.
He loved kids.
Of course.
And he'd let you have your kids at the ballpark and stuff, but
he knew guys' minds would be elsewhere.
Yeah, their minds are on that game. And trying to make sure the kids get in their uniforms, have a good time, photo picture. You know, it's a neat time for the families to get photos. And everything's a little out of whack during the game.
Hosmer walks. Friday, June 29th, AT&T and the Cardinals are giving 25,000 fans ages 16 and older a replica of Carlos Beltran's Cardinals home white full button-down jersey. Get your tickets at cardinals.com.
It's a nice item.
That had a lot of adjectives in it. Carlos Beltran's Cardinals home white full button-down jersey. All of those adjectives matter. The real deal.
Kind of think about Adam Wainwright with failed squeeze attempts. You know, he's got to put that behind him and just concentrate back on his job of pitching. But you know, he feels responsible for that inning blowing up.
Now 1-1 on Francoeur. Paul Nard behind the plate. How's he doing?
Pretty good. Close, but was inside.
We were told at a seminar that umpires are 95% correct. Of course, we were told by umpires.
What about that pitch? I wonder if that was a strike zone from Nard. Let's see. We don't mind that going for the pitcher. It should, especially on a hot day like this. Have a bigger strike zone.
Swing and a miss. Strikes out Francoeur for the second time. That's 6 strikeouts for Wainwright.
6 strikeouts, 3 walks. And there's that big curveball. Look at that. Starts back neck high and breaks down below the ankles. Moustakas has been very impressive.
Looks very comfortable at the plate, and we were told that teams really are pounding him inside. The Cardinals have let some pitches get out over the plate, and he's driven them, but they're trying to work him in hard.
The position players, Moustakas is has stood out, but I don't know if you could say anybody's been better than Escobar.
Hosmer can run. He has 5 stolen bases in 6 attempts.
Gonna get out of play. It's Father's Day, but where's the little kid?
I guess he's thinking I was a little kid once.
Not good enough.
Go have a talk with him, Al. Watch out. Back up the box. Past Wainwright into center field. Hosmer around second and thinks twice about heading to third.
Just had a thud sound to it. Must have hit it right off the end of the bat. So it wasn't going to carry much. Hosmer at first base. We'll see what. He can't really tell if this ball's going to be caught or not. So had to hesitate a second. And then Beltran, respecting his arm, stays at second.
Wainwright could have 1 pitch back this afternoon. I think he'd like to have that curveball to Quintero. That was the RBI hit that came in the 2nd inning. It was just a hanging curveball. He had Quintero down in the count, just looking for a double play, and he just hung one. And that's our only score. Sometimes they earn them, and sometimes you make a mistake and gift it to them.
And Ricky, how many times did we as pitchers make mistakes and got away with it?
Oh, a lot. There's a ground ball to short. Tough hop. Handled by Green. Nice play. Low throw. Dug out by Adams. Good defense all the way around on that one. Wainwright gets the double play that he needed. And the Detroit Tigers Tuesday at 5:30 on Fox Sports Midwest. A great pitching matchup for you. Lance Lynn, 10 victories, leads the National League. Justin Verlander, well, you know how good he is. Brought to you by Budweiser. What's on tap? Tigers, Cardinals. More interleague play beginning on Tuesday.
How about that? The reigning AL Cy Young and MVP Lance Lynn has 4 more wins and has a better ERA than Justin Verlander. That'd be a great matchup.
Oh, looking forward to that.
You would think runs would be at tough to come by that day. That'll be Tuesday from Detroit.
Runs have been tough to come by here this afternoon. Beltran, Holiday, and Craig will try to change that. Ground ball handled by Mendoza. Hard ground ball, one hopper, about face high. One pitch, one out.
Self-defense. Many times you release a ball and a line drive come right back at you, and the ones you don't see you catch, and the ones you see you're just hoping to get out of the way of them, but you can't react quick enough.
Sure, you were hit a few times.
I was really only hit twice. One time good in the leg, you know, on a hard hit ground ball, and had a hematoma that had to be lanced, and then a glancing blow off the shoulder. I was a moving target. I had that. I was pretty good at charging line drives. Get hit
Ground
good.
ball 5. I got hit in the leg also. Juan Beniquez. I was still following through and the ball was stuck in my leg. And I too got hit in the shoulder. Kind of a glancing blow. Hit my side of my head, my shoulder.
And your non-throwing arm, right?
In my non-throwing arm.
Same
thankfully.
with me. Couldn't get the glove up.
I had more time to react than you did because my ball didn't get there as fast, so I could kind of get ready. You were just a wild, hard-throwing closer, fireman of the year in 1975.
I was with the Royals when I was hit in spring training, and when we went north and all the cold weather, I'd pretty much lose feeling in that leg because of the just a knot. Hematoma stuck up about 2 or 3 inches and about 4 inches across. Cut that open, and all that coagulated blood, had to push it out.
Long drive to center field. This is deep off the bat of Holiday, and it's out of here. Matt Holiday has tied it in the 6th.
Second home run of the weekend. He's now at 12 and 41 RBIs.
And with that home run by Matt Holiday, another $20,000 has been raised to support prostate cancer research. Make a donation. You can call 1-800-798-CURE. Go online, www.pcf.org.
I think he saw his 2 sons taking batting practice on the video board between innings, you know, in the father-son game, and said, I could hit like them.
We were treated to footage of the kids hitting, and we saw a lot of swings just about this good, younger kids, but it was fun, and Holiday got all of that one.
They weren't quite as strong as their dads,
but you could tell they had athletic swings, and they could all fly too, and fly just like that ball, deep and gone, back to back.
That's the Alan Craig we've been looking for. His 8th home run and 28 RBI, playing in his 28th game this year.
As he goes through the receiving line, we'll remind you another home run. This one by Alan Craig, another $20,000 raised to support prostate cancer research. 1-800-798-CURE. PCF.org if you want to help donate as well. That's a lot of money in 2 swings.
David Freese could make it 3 in a row, but let's look at this pitch. It's fastball, but down and in. He just drops the bat head and lift off. Dave Ireland, a quick stop to talk to Mendoza, who's a little shell-shocked, and they get the bullpen active.
Mendoza had allowed just 2 home runs in 49 innings. and was leading all of Major League pitchers in fewest home runs allowed, but he just gave up $40,000 worth of home runs in this inning.
And we thank him. We thank him that they were Cardinal home runs. We thank him for the $40,000 that go to prostate research cancer.
You bet. Matt Adams misses that curveball. Second fewest home runs allowed in baseball, with pitchers with at least 40 innings to their credit. Only 2, and now make it 4 against Mendoza. In the dugout, Al, you can tell with the crack of the bat, can't you?
Sure can. And not saying that Mike was thinking about the post-game questions, but it made it a little easier if the Cardinals win this game.
I think he'll get the question anyway.
But it's a little easier to answer it. When you don't dwell on it as much.
Right.
And they'll have a very sound reason.
Quintero took that ball in the dirt off his body, and let's just say he's in a little pain right now. Trying to give him some time. Oh, I'm so glad I'm not a catcher.
Quickest way to the big leagues, but you pay a price getting there.
Cardinals 2 games over 500 in second place in the Central Division, 4 games behind Cincinnati.
Cincinnati just finished their ball game. Cueto goes 8-3, and they beat the Mets 3-1.
That's 6 straight victories for the Reds. The Cardinals trying to keep pace here this afternoon. The Cardinals take the lead in the 6th inning. Donating more money for prostate cancer research. Our Nissan drives of the game. We're going to take them both. Holiday, the first one, that came to center field, and it was a long one. And a sinker down and in. Alan Craig keeps his hands inside the ball. Mike Matheny's happy. Our Nissan drives of the game. In support of Adam Wainwright, now working in his 7th inning. Wainwright with 3 walks and 6 strikeouts and has allowed 4 hits. And he's working on pitch number 96 right here.
And probably his last inning of work, but that would be a very fine job if he can get through this 7th inning, keep the 2-1 lead. Be a great job.
Working to the bottom of the order for the Royals.
Jarrow has the lone RBI for the Royals. That was back in the 2nd inning when they strung 3 straight hits together. 3 of their 4.
Curveball, swing and a miss. Wild swing. Quintero said he tipped that ball, but Paul Nart does not agree. Our trivia question brought to you by AT&T. Speaking of back-to-back home runs, name the only father and son combination to ever do that.
The Griffeys.
Ken Griffey Sr., Ken Griffey Jr., back-to-back, September 14th, 1990.
What a thrill that would be.
Oh, can you imagine that?
Just to play with your son, be on the same team, and let alone hit back-to-back home runs. Of course, we saw Ken Griffey hit number 500 at Old Busch Stadium with his father in attendance.
One of my favorite baseball moments
Day.
ever. Yeah, on Father's Day. And it was spectacular that day that the Cardinal crowd understood that moment so well, and the cheering was so loud for Ken Griffey Jr. and his father had been traveling with him for a week, and his mom waiting for him to hit his 500th, and he told Jr. that day, he said, look, if you don't do it today, I'm going home. I'm tired of traveling around watching you play. And sure enough, he delivered on Father's Day. It was a great moment. Line drive to center. In comes Beltran, late jump, and he's not able to come up with it. Trouble picking that ball off the bat.
Meyer's going to pinch hit. Mitch Meyer.
Royals also have Billy Butler on their bench, and he's one of their best players, one of their best hitters. He has 24 multi-hit games, and we've only seen him in a pinch hit role in this series. But we will see him, of course, in Kansas City when the DH will be in play. The Royals just 3 for 28 as a team pinch hitting. Brian Pena has 2 of those 3 hits.
And you probably, in these interleague games, they probably have had the majority of those pinch hitting appearances.
Quick move. Cruz has thrown out 2 out of 5 base stealers this year in his limited duty.
Tony Cruz doesn't have the same throwing arm as Molina, but he is very good. He gets the right pitch, got the quick footwork, just like Adam Wainwright does. For a guy 6'7", Wainwright really does have quick feet. Normally you just think of anybody that's as tall as Wainwright, they're slow to the plate, and usually a sign that you can steal at ease. I'm not sure that's the case with Wainwright.
Any pitching coach will tell you that you can't get the ball to first base unless your feet move first. In fact, it's a balk unless your feet move first. So the quicker the feet, the quicker the throw.
It looked like that time, Adam, because he's paying attention to the runner and sort of a slide step, but rush to the plate, you don't have the same command.
Not going. Tried to hold back and he couldn't.
Sure looked like he wanted to go, though, didn't it?
It did.
Looked like he started to go and then just didn't feel comfortable. Talking about Dyson. And it was an off-speed pitch.
Looks like he wants to go here. 2-2 the count.
Leaning.
Not going. Curveball. Swing and a miss. So 8 strikeouts now for Wainwright.
Breaking ball right there. Kind of start on the outside part of the plate. Breaks down to the corner. 108 pitches, and Marte warming up if needed.
There's a line drive to left. Holiday has his sights on it, makes the play. That should be it for Adam Wainwright. Nice job, young man. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by Ford, the official vehicles of the Cardinals. Our Mid-America Chevy dealers called to the bullpen is the right-hander, the 22-year-old Dominican right-hander that we saw yesterday, Kelvin Herrera.
Herrera came in and escaped in the 7th inning with a fly ball. He inherited 2 runners with 2 outs, but then he gave up a run on 2 hits and 2 walks in the 8th. He's holding opponents to a .214 average since May the 20th.
You rarely see this, Al. Minor league numbers mean something. You keep going up the ladder. You have a good year, you go up, you get tested. And he's only 22 and he's in the big leagues. Career minor league earned run average of less than 2.
And 18-7 record. Last season, he was a Texas League All-Star, also the Paul Splittorff Award for the organization's Pitcher of the Year. Played in the Futures game before the All-Star game. And in 2008, he was Burlington's Pitcher of the Year.
Tyler Green is 1 for 2. He was a part of that play that we're trying to forget. Squeeze play that didn't work. And he'd like to forget that at bat. Strikeout of Green. Tony Cruz hits next. Our carsoup.com email the booth question from Mike in Evansville, Indiana. How long after a game ends does it take for the team to fly out for the next series? Big question.
It's up to the manager, and like Mike Matheny, he's pretty much on a 45-minute schedule. Sometimes you'll see an hour somewhere in between those two. And say, for instance, if this was getaway day for the Cardinals, and we'll leave tomorrow on the off day, but if this was getaway day, we'd leave around 45 minutes after the game.
Fly ball to left off the end of the bat. Retires Cruz.
We would go through security here at the ballpark. They actually have TSA people with us. They would clear everybody to go onto the buses, and actually a representative will travel with the bus, make sure, the two buses, and make sure there's no contamination, and go out to the, well, I guess what would you call it, the entrance of the airport where, cargo suppliers would go through, and take a police escort right to the plane. Never go through the terminal, and just go up board the steps and get on the plane. As soon as the luggage is put on, you're gone. So much more efficient than any other way of traveling.
No question. And the 45 minutes for the players' point of view is 45 minutes for them to do their post-game interviews, for them to have their dinner, to shower, get dressed, deal with the win or the loss, and then you've got about 45 minutes total to get ready to go. And that's their life.
Quick say goodbye to your families and off to the next city.
And they love their life. There's no doubt about it. You get a cadence to it. You get a feel
spoiled
for it. You get spoiled. There's no question about it. But one thing about a player, and I could tell you right now that there isn't more than 2 players in that dugout that know what day it is. Never know what day it is.
Well, you might know because it's a day game, so you think it's Sunday.
You might. I'll guarantee I can convince him it's Wednesday. Mitchell Boggs has the 8th. Midwest, 2-1 St. Louis. Let's go to Pat Paris in our studio, and he has a Bommarito sports update. Pat? Thanks, Pat, and congratulations to Jim Thome for that home run and that feat. Shane Robinson stays in the game after pinch hitting. He'll play center field. Carlos Beltran moves to right. And Alan Craig goes from right field to first base.
And Mitchell Boggs will come in and be our Chevy call to the bullpen. As Mitchell Boggs will take over, become pretty reliable, and you kind of expect to see him in the 8th inning now. He did pitch last night, yesterday afternoon, and in the 3rd, just 1 hit, all zeros.
Strike 1 to Yuniesky Betancourt.
Boggs picked up his first win yesterday in that contest. Remember, the Cardinals had that 6-1 lead, but at one point was down 7-6.
Ball hit down the left field line, hooking towards the line, and just barely foul. That ball carried a long way. Didn't sound very good off the bat of Betancourt, but it just kept carrying. And it just barely hooked foul.
Short part of the field and just foul by inches.
Just 336 down the line here at Busch Stadium.
Might have been 337 with the distance, but foul ball.
Nothing but a strike.
Way ahead, 0-2.
That's what you tell yourself.
That's right. Good job, Tony Cruz.
Hangs on. More than 440,000 Americans die each year from smoking-related illnesses, including cancer, heart disease, and stroke. 10,000 in Missouri alone. Call the Missouri Tobacco Quit line to quit now. 1-800-QUIT-NOW. You might argue that Mitchell Boggs has the tougher inning, having to face Hosmer and Francoeur in the 8th. If successful, that would mean Jason Mott would have Moustakas, Escobar, and Quintero in the 9th.
Sapchinski warming up in case this inning will go to Moustakas. $41,680 of Al's closest friends celebrating Father's Day here at the ballpark. I invited them all.
And you have a lot more friends than that, but that's just the ones that could get tickets today. Nice job so far for Mitchell Boggs. Want to be here in person along with Al Rabasi next time the Cardinals take the field? Just head to StubHub. It's easy to find the seats you want to see the Cardinals in action all season long. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the St. Louis Cardinals. Jeff Francoeur. That's with 2 outs, nobody on. Strike 1 to him. Mitchell Boggs looking sharp so far. Francoeur struck out twice.
And now Mitchell Boggs got pitching with a lot of confidence. And it really makes a difference.
The 0-1. Broke his bat. Watch out. Bat flies by. He flips over to Alan Craig. So a very good inning for Mitchell Boggs. Cardinals need some insurance. Difference maker, Mitchell Boggs. 6 of his 8 pitches were strikes. A good solid 8th inning. Strikeout, 1-2-3 inning, and that sets things up very well for St. Louis. And Jason Mott in the 9th. Cardinals lead by 1, and now all of their offense, as we look at Jose Mijares, who will pitch the 8th for Kansas City, all the Cardinals offense came in about 3 minutes.
At most. But hopefully they can add on against Mijares. He retired Daniel Descalso on a pop-up to end a threat on Friday night with runners on first and 2 outs. He's held lefties to a 208 average this year and 211 in his career. Signed as a free agent, came over from Minnesota.
Highest on-base percentage in MLB in 2012, leading off an inning, and look who's on that list.
And look who's leading off an inning.
And look who got another hit. Ball raked into the right field corner. Descalso rounds first, headed to second. Stand-up double. That number just got better. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Probably the last batter, the switch hitter Mijares will face, as Aaron Crow, Missouri product, is warming up for the right-handed bats after Beltran.
Ground ball foul. Mijares in his 33rd game. Crow's been in 31. Collins 30. You mentioned the innings. Now they've piled up.
Yeah, they have so many more innings than any other team in the American League. That bullpen is really a strength right now for them, but it's going to be hard to see how they can continue at this pace.
0-2 to Beltran. Trying to hit the ball to the right side to advance Descalso. He fouls it back.
Ricky, another aspect of how the game has changed. They used to have a 10 or 11 man pitching staff in the National League, but you would have a 9 or 10 man staff in the American League with the DH. Now everybody carries 13. Or at least both these clubs.
Beltran strikes out, but the ball gets away. He's headed to first, and he is out at first. What a play by Hosmer. I don't know how he caught that ball.
But Descalso is able to advance to third on the strikeout.
Nifty footwork by Hosmer, and he could not have seen that baseball. It crossed by Beltran on a long throw from the catcher. I don't know how he sees this ball, but he catches it and has his foot on the bag.
A lot of times in a ball like that, the first baseman will shift into foul territory to make it a straight-on throw.
Pitching change for Holiday. Braun Kemp and Carlos Beltran, our Carlos Beltran in the outfield. And we certainly would like to get some more votes for Yadier Molina behind the plate. Don't miss the biggest event of the summer. Baseball's greatest stars will be there, and they'll be battling for home field advantage in the Fall Classic. The road to the World Series begins with the 2012 MLB All-Star Game, Tuesday, July 10th at 6:30 on Fox. Key situation here, Matt Holliday and the third reliever of the afternoon for Kansas City, Aaron Crow.
Aaron Crow pitched on Friday night, got in a little jam, but escaped it. Gave up a couple hits, but escaped when he induced a double play ball off the bat of Freeze. He's faced a ton of lefties this year and done a good job against them.
Key situation. And as hard as he throws, and as hard as Matt Holliday hits the ball, I'm not sure I'd want to be an infielder playing in right now.
Well, I'm going to remind you, though, the pitcher's a lot closer than those infielders.
I agree. I don't want to do that either.
And they're going to intentionally pass him now. As the count got 2-0, so they will go ahead and walk him, set up the double play ball.
Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Bud Light Lime. Summer is calling. And by Taco Bell. Live Moss. Another beautiful view of St. Louis. The Cardinals want Moss runs. Moss carreras.
Now, the worst thing you could do to a relief pitcher is bring him in and then ask for an intentional walk. But in this case, a little different because he came in and he pitched to Holliday, but when he got behind 2-0, they decided to go ahead and put him on. A wicked breaking ball. That hitters are geared up for that fastball.
They have a pinch runner, Jake Westbrook, for Matt Holliday.
We're trying to get the insurance run. Trying to get, but a little risky in a one-run game, taking out a big bat. And you're also asking that pitcher to kind of break up the double play at second.
You'd have to believe that Adrian Chambers is coming in either way. Why not pinch run him? Swing and a miss at Craig. A lot of sharp pitches from Aaron Crow. You can tell why his numbers are so good. He throws hard. He has a sharp breaker. Alan Craig, 8th home run of the year, back-to-back in the 6th. Ground ball to the left side. Could be 2. There's a play at second, on to first, and the double play is completed.
St. Louis. Coming up after the game on the post-game edition of Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live, Pat Paris and Ricky Horton will be with you. Ricky will break down Waino's game. We'll take a look inside the Cardinal clubhouse for player reaction and another edition of Mic'd Up, plus remembering the great Jack Buck. Jason Mott on to close it out. We head back to the booth, and Rick and Al. And Ricky, you're going to be a busy guy.
Busy, but it's all fun. Thanks for your help, Jim. Jason Mott has the ninth. Cardinals offense has come quickly. Back-to-back home runs began with Matt Holliday.
Matt Holliday in the 6th inning, he hits his 12th home run, second in 2 days. 41 RBIs now. That tied the ball game, and then Alan Craig came up right after and hit his 8th home run, 28th RBI, to bring in the Jason Mott, trying to look for his 15th save. He's been busy. He's nailed down 6 saves in the last 7 appearances. He had number 14 yesterday. He leads he'll be in first place in games finished in the National League with his 27th after 3 outs here.
Facing Moustakas, goes in the kitchen again, 1-1. Now the Cardinals back-to-back home runs in this game, according to Max Linewan, our post-game producer. It's the 6th time the Cardinals have gone back-to-back this season. They only did it 5 times last year. So already 6 times back-to-back home runs. And that is the difference in this game. 2-1 St. Louis. Mott trying to close it out.
83 home runs on the season. Chambers goes into left field. If there would be a bottom of the 9th.
Swing and a miss. He strikes out Moustakas. Good old-fashioned hardball.
And really the location, too, up in the zone on the inner part of the plate. That just makes it all the tougher. He had 2 strikeouts yesterday in his save.
Alcides Escobar has had a very good series with the glove. 1 for 3 at the plate today. Cutter, strike 1.
Escobar, his actions tell you he didn't like that call, but it was a strike. 2 for 5 off of Jason with a strike. Out. I think that was just a reaction of like, I'm mad at the first pitch, I'm just going to swing blindly at the second.
Going to have to gear it up a little faster than that. That pitch 97 up in the zone.
Fastball in the outer half.
Wow, is he burning. Mott 1 out away, but our Budweiser player of the game is Adam Wainwright. 7 solid innings.
Like that. Good offense by Holliday and Craig, the 2 home run hitters, but Adam Wainwright really is the story. A secondary story is going to be Mott, who will face the tough Butler. Billy Butler, their DH. Doesn't have home run power. Doesn't hit many home runs, only 1 the year, but he hits a lot of doubles.
Cardinals trying to win the series. This ball is gone. 0-2. Billy Butler has tied it up in the ninth.
What a shift of emotions right now as Butler, we said he's an outstanding hitter, probably their most accomplished hitter. Doesn't hit many home runs, but he helps out the cause today.
And that was a $20,000 home run raised to support prostate cancer research. You can make a donation as well, 800-798-CURE, or go online to www.pcf.org. Wow.
Only Butler's second home run of the year, their first pinch hit home run, and it comes at a bad time for the Cardinal fans.
There goes the Wainwright victory, and here's the home run.
High fastball too. He knew it. A little bit too much of watching this one, isn't it?
Well, that's all too much for me, Al.
It's a dramatic time to hit a home run, but the crowd was really behind Jason. He just felt like he could throw the ball by anyone, and Butler said you can't.
So the perfect move by Ned Yost, pinch hitting Billy Butler. They now have 4 total pinch hits as a team this year, and that one was a big one.
4 for 30.
Swing and a miss. Don't despair yet, Dads. There's a bottom of the ninth ahead. Top of the ninth by Billy Butler has kept this game alive for Kansas City. And who will be the star of the game and the hero here this afternoon? Notable heroes on Father's Day in the past, over the past 5 years, in fact. We've had some heroes from year to year. Schumacher's done it twice.
I would say Schumacher last year had the walk-off against Tim Collins, the old lefty in their bullpen. Cardinals trying to win their second interleague series in a row.
Interleague baseball.
Greg Holland, right-hander, will be on the mound for David Freese. And remember, you took Holiday out of the ball game, so Aaron Chambers is the on-deck hitter.
Freese, Chambers in green. The pitcher is now in Matt Holliday's spot. And Freese could make us happy again with one swing of the bat.
I would say he could make us very, very happy. Wainwright still snake bitten a bit. It's great baseball, but denied the win, and you know nobody feels worse than Jason Mott.
You can see why he would feel invincible the way the Royals were swinging at that high fastball. 97, 98. His stuff was good. Struck out the side. Has 2 past Billy Butler, but just couldn't get the third one by him.
And the only thing you've got to say there is on an 0-2 pitch, you know, you have plenty of time to kind of make it a little wide, or
yeah.
You know, obviously you could say if he hits the ball out of the ballpark, it was the wrong pitch, but could have thrown that fastball a little in, a little way, and you know we're home celebrating by now. But like you said, David Freese could make everyone forget about that.
Cardinal home run would just mean we'd have an extra $40,000 for prostate cancer research.
Tough way to be a team player.
I know. The 2-2 to David Freese. He strikes out.
Holland sees he goes up the ladder there. It's Pena, who is now catching, wanting the ball down and away. Maybe Chambers could be the hero.
Adrian came on for defensive purposes, and we thought it curious that he did not pinch run for Matt Holliday. We placed him defensively in left field, but that means he does get to hit in the 6th spot in the order, batting now in the bottom of the 9th. Cardinals really missed an opportunity. They had a leadoff double for Descalso. Beltran struck out and was thrown out at first base, but Descalso advanced to third. An intentional walk to Matt Holliday, and then Alan Craig bounced into a double play.
Cardinal offense showed you something yesterday when they took a 6-1 lead. Bullpen was shaky, and Royals took the lead at 7-6, but then they battled back even more and won 10-7. They're going to have to do the same right here.
Guy throws hard, doesn't he?
They did some damage against Holland yesterday, though.
How'd we do it?
So they, in a third of an inning, gave up 2 hits and gave up a pair of RBI singles. Recorded only 1 out. But he does throw hard.
Gear it up, Adrian.
No fire plug, isn't he? 5'10", 200.
One and 2 to Adrian Chambers. Ground ball left side, base hit Chambers. Potential winning run aboard now in the bottom of the 9th.
Hanging ball up there a little bit. Gets it through the left side of the infield and through.
And more decisions to make.
Speed and speed. Green. Good speed at the plate and good speed on first base.
Pena behind the plate now.
Leaning it.
Quintero's out of this game. Butler pinch hit for him, so Pena is behind the plate. He's batting in the 9th spot for Kansas City. Tyler Green, 1 for 3 on the afternoon. How about a double? I know I'm not supposed to root, Al. Just asking. Only 19% caught stealing. What do you think? Not going. Jams green. 2 outs.
He hit a double in the 5th inning. It's only his 9th start.
Fly ball to right. And we are going to extras. Father's Day special. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Extra inning baseball. Top of the 10th, 2-2.
Just for all you dads. Jason Mott out for a 2nd inning of work. The only thing that's worse than what Jason did is a blown save is when you're on the road and you come in, try to save a ball game, and you end up with an L. That is hard to swallow.
He could get a W if he has a good inning here and the Cardinals score in the 10th. Still won't be his plan A, but
no.
It would make him feel a little bit better. Facing Brian Pena. Fly ball to right, and he just missed that one. They're gearing up for the fastball, aren't they?
They should. Even though he can throw a little cutter and he can throw a sinker. You know, if you don't go up there looking for the fastball, you're really not being very smart.
Billy Butler's 12th home run of the season. In the top of the 9th. Three home runs in this game. Just 2-2 is the score. Jason Mott working in his 2nd inning. Watch out. Here's who the Royals have left, and the Cardinals have Furcal and Molina. Very quiet ballpark right now.
Both teams carrying an extra pitcher. Cardinals may do that just through the interleague play, or with the possibility of Schumacher and even Matt Carpenter could possibly be ready by Tuesday. Change, go back to 12 pitchers.
3-1. Big swing for Gordon. He has 5 home runs on the season. A lot of swing and misses here this afternoon against Jason Mott. That one just barely tipped by Gordon. And really the difference in his afternoon, the one that Billy Butler didn't miss. And he comes around a cutter on the 3-2 pitch. It misses high and away, so a 1-out walk to Gordon.
Collins, little lefty warming up in case this game is tied. If the Royals take the lead, they have their closer Broxton throwing. Marte throwing in the Cardinal bullpen.
Cardinals will have Robinson, Descalzo, and Beltran, and then the pitcher spot. And again, Molina and Furcal available on the bench. Here goes the runner, ground ball to right side. Mott looks to second and retires Bettencourt. So Gordon in scoring position, the potential go-ahead run for Eric Hosmer. Now what do you do? Pitch to this guy? I don't think I would.
As hard as Mott throws, and he does get ground balls too. Decision for Mike Matheny may depend on what the count is. Might let him throw a few pitches if he's behind the count. But you have to, if you're Jason Mott, you have to think you can throw the ball by everybody, even Billy Butler.
One of the downsides to walking somebody in an extra inning game or late in a close game is you get the feeling you're allowing too many extra base runners. So one hit makes it a big lead and puts the game away, and maybe that's the thinking. On the other hand, you do have first base open, right-handed hitter next. Hosmer swinging a little bit better than Francoeur now. Not that easy to be a manager. A lot of decisions to make, and Mike Matheny's had a lot of them here this afternoon.
On that ball in, it was on perfect pitch in the outside corner, and got the call from our home plate umpire.
Good cutter in on the hands, and he missed that by quite a big margin. Cardinals are trying to keep up with the Joneses. As Al has already told you, the Reds have won. Three to 1 against the Mets. Cardinals trying to keep pace. The 1-2, late swing. Neither Hosmer or Francoeur have a career hit against Mott. Francoeur's at 4 plate appearances. Hosmer just 0 for 1. More information that goes into the decision.
Really not enough information to mean anything.
The 1-2. Little fly ball, center field. Shane Robinson makes the play. Thinks there's 2 outs. It doesn't matter. It's really 3. He'll bat the second. The new Royals pitcher is the left-hander Tim Collins, having a very good season. Gave up a couple of runs yesterday and last Father's Day. He suffered the loss.
A walk-off home run by Schumacher. He won a couple days this week, Wednesday and Thursday, against Milwaukee, and yesterday snapped a streak of 15 straight scoreless appearances. Remember, he came in with the Royals up 7-6. He walked the first man he faced. Then he allowed that bunt single. He dove for it, made a great effort, but dove for it in fair territory and knocked it into foul territory.
We have a spring training photo for you. This is Tim Collins and Everett Tefford, who is a minor league player who got sent down.
Probably right after he took that picture.
And they happen to be
Broxton's
pants. Yeah, I think he probably did get sent down right after that photo. I mean, it's funny for a minute until the All-Star comes.
Well, and
in.
then your closer tells you, I don't like that.
Yeah,
but
yeah, go do that humor down the minor league.
Gives you an idea that he's listed at 300 pounds, Broxton. Pretty cool customer right there, and that hard to hit ball back up the middle.
That was Shane Robinson, and it was a nice play.
Collins listed at 5'7". He's probably really shorter than that. And they were telling me in high school he wasn't drafted, and maybe it had something to do with the fact he, as a senior in high school, he only weighed 120 pounds.
I believe that's how much our good friend Scott Terry weighed when he graduated from high school. I believe he was 5'4", 120. Went to college. Grew. Not long enough. Good at bat for Descalzo, but the second Cardinal out here in the 10th. All right, Carlos.
Crowd is sensing something big. Originally signed with the Royals, Rookie of the Year in the American League in 1999. Friday night became the 8th Major League player at 300 steals and 300 plus home runs. He's at 321 in home runs, and 322 would look very nice right now.
For call in the on-deck circle.
Collins leads the American League relievers in strikeouts.
The 2-0. Fly ball to right. Francoeur has it. And we are going to inning number 11. All season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. We are indeed in extra innings on this Father's Day. Victor Marte will be the third Cardinal reliever of the afternoon.
Pitched yesterday, 2/3 of an inning, kind of squelched a rally. Appearing for the 30th time, 3-to-1 strike to walk ratio. He was acquired by the Cardinals last April from the Royals. Went to Memphis, led the Pacific Coast League in saves with 31. 32 years of age, has paid his dues, hasn't he?
Certainly has. Done a nice job. In case you're wondering, Cardinals are 1-3 in extra inning games.
Real difference between these two pitching staffs when you think about the relief pitching. We know the Cardinals are very capable, but their numbers are not very good, as they're 5-11 and a 4.35 ERA. The relievers for the Royals are very good. They are 9-10 with a 2.94.
Jeff Francoeur takes a slider high, 2-0. Francoeur 0 for 4. Base hit up the middle. Leadoff hit in the 11th for Kansas City. This game has had some twists and turns to it, and this is the most unkindly turn of all. Billy Butler in the 9th. 2 outs, 0-2.
0-2 pitch, and it was a high fastball, really tough to get on top of, but he did.
So some extended play. Moustakas at the plate. He's had a good afternoon. He's 2 for 4. He has struck out twice. Singled and scored in the 2nd inning. Royals scored a run in the second and did not score again until that Butler home run with 2 outs and 2 strikes in the ninth. Cardinals scored both of their runs in the 6th inning. And they came on back-to-back home runs by Matt Holliday, who is now out of this game, and Alan Craig.
Stockus has had a good series. A couple hits today.
May come into play in this inning that the pitcher spot could be at the plate in a situation with runners in scoring position and 2 outs, and they're out of bench players. Swing and a miss.
Well, they have to use their relievers so frequent to carry that extra one, and that runs a risk.
Bottom just dropped out of that pitch.
Well, they feel that his splitter is very good to combat left-handed batters. So Mike Matheny doesn't mind seeing Marte face left-handed batters.
The 1-2. The splitter for Marte, when thrown properly, has very good movement.
There you see it right there, and how that bottom just drops out and swings right over the top. That was strike 2. Try to finish him off with a fastball to run the count 2-2. If we go back to the splitter.
Setting up inside. There it is, but it's low. I wonder if Ned Yost would consider batting Vin Mazzaro, who started game 1 of this series. He had a hit in that game. You talk about how their pitchers never get a chance to hit, but he did have a hit, and he's had a hit in both of his starts. I don't know what else he does. Three-two count. Francoeur the runner at first.
Might get an off-speed pitch, probably an off-speed pitch.
How about a strike him out, throw him out?
Yeah, there's a possibility there.
There goes Francoeur. Line drive to right, base hit. He's going to head to third. The throw from Beltran is cut off.
Three-two pitch, and it looked like the ball was up. Becomes much more hittable. And Stockus picks up his 7th hit of the 3 games, sending Francoeur from first to third. Nobody out. Now the pressure's on the Cardinal defense.
And Collins, the pitcher,
is on deck.
Is on deck with a bat in his hands.
So doesn't mean he's going to use it.
But if you can get through this hitter here,
yeah,
you got a much better chance.
Now Mike Matheny may be waiting to talk strategy after the Escobar, but you kind of hope that everybody kind of looks over and sees the pitcher's spot on deck and be smart pitching to Escobar.
There's a safety squeeze, play at the plate, and he is out at the plate. The Cardinals defend very well the safety squeeze. A late jump for Francoeur, and Alan Craig nails him at the plate. Wow, that's a big play.
Remember, Alan Craig not 100%. His knee surgery and the hamstring, but he comes in aggressively. Tony Cruz seals off the plate. There you see Alan Craig was originally a third baseman, but he has a funny throwing mechanics, and so they've kind of moved him to the outfield, but he does a job there under pressure.
Now you've got Collins at the plate, and he's going to be in a sacrifice situation. You would say that he does not have a very big strike zone. So the Royals out of players, have to bunt. And it's back to Marte. He thinks about third, and he's out at third. Bang, bang play there. Wow, was that close?
The big man bounced out there and took a shot. You've got to make sure you get one. Not a bad bunt, but here he goes, and he clearly gets him out.
Good call. Thought he had trouble with the grip when I first saw him pull the ball out of his glove, and you could just see that ball sailing into right field, couldn't you?
Sure could. Now Mike Matheny going to make a double switch here. He's got Zepchinski warming up. And Furcal will go in.
We'll sort it out for you. Have had an eventful half inning, but defense has really made the difference. Alan Craig on a safety squeeze gets Francoeur at the plate, and then Victor Marte gets the lead runner on a bunt. Why was he able to do that, Al?
Well, you look here, that's Moustakas, but look at how Tyler Green is shadowing him, chasing him. He's looking back as this pitch is being made, and that might have been the half step difference in being out and safe. So Zepchinski, who has also had an eventful time of late, he will come in here. He had his 5th blown save in yesterday's game, but the Cardinals got the victory, and he can become a hero. Furcal goes to shortstop. Green moves to second.
So Zepchinski now batting in the leadoff spot. So Furcal hits in the 3rd spot for the Cardinals. Zepchinski a chance to get out of it. Jared Dyson at the plate, and it's ball 1.
A confidence builder here for Zepchinski.
You bet.
And he can't say enough about his managers. Managers showing all the confidence in the world in him, and that's the only thing you could ask for. So reward him for that confidence.
The 1-0. 2-0.
Been his slider that This is really his bread and butter pitch, that instead of having that downward action and just kind of sliding across the zone and flat. But that has been his best pitch in the past, and I'm sure it will be again.
Looking ahead to the bottom of the 11th. We mentioned Furcal in the third spot in the order. He'll lead off. It'll be Furcal, Craig, and David Freed. 2-0. Zebchinski checks the runner and the pitch on the corner. There you go.
The problem he's had is pitching behind in the count. You know, get into more predictable counts or hitters counts.
Slider just goes around the inside corner. Very close. Does not go Zebchinski's way.
And I think we could say, though, Ricky, it's, you know, it could have gone either way with the call, but that's not where you get your slider to end up.
No.
Up and in is not where you want it. You want it to be down and away.
Zebchinski walks Dyson to load the bases. And Derek Lilliquist out to talk to Zep. Brian Pena will hit. And this has been a very interesting game here this afternoon, Al. Mentioned a lot of twists and turns, a lot of managerial decisions in both teams.
Well, Ricky, we always talk about, too, that your decisions, you know, it's only as good as the execution of the players.
Absolutely.
So, you can make all the right decisions, and if the players don't execute, you don't look good. And if you make a wrong decision and the player executes in a favorable way, you look like a genius.
There's a good fastball to Pena.
Pena is a switch hitter. He is 242 from the right side, 260 left-handed. Obviously, a lot fewer at bats. Less than half the bats right-handed versus left.
One and one. That first called strike to Pena was clocked at 94 miles an hour for Zebchinski, and I do not recall him throwing nearly that hard. I wonder if he's overthrowing.
Could be a good point, because I think I hit more 91, 92.
Yeah, max. Good movement. The 1-1.
There's a good breaking ball there. Maybe a straight changeup, huh?
Could be. Boy, would he feel good. And so would 41,680 other people if he could get Pena here. The 1-2.
Stopped by Cruz. Want to end this at bat on this pitch. Do not want to get it to that 3-2 where they'll all be running. Take the time to go get this straight. Too big, too important right now.
The 2-2. Fouled off. Escobar, Collins, the pitcher, and Dyson are the runners. Only one hit this afternoon with runners in scoring position. The 2-2. Watch out. There's Escobar. And there's Collins. And there's Dyson. And this is Brian Pena. Pressure on him. And Zepchinski.
Zepchinski just doesn't look comfortable, does he?
Sure doesn't. Stepped off 2 or 3 different times. Ground ball to the right side. Green has it. And Zepchinski gets the job done. How about a run? Bottom of the 11th. Stayed in to bunt in the top of the 11th. Victor Marte made a nice play. Cardinals with 2 good plays defensively. The top of this inning, could that be an important part of this game leading to a Redbird winner? Cardinals were within 1 strike of winning this game in regulation. There's a young man who's a fan of both teams. Whichever side of the field he's on, and to wherever place he's looking for a ball and an autograph. Smart kid. Plenty of Royals fans here for this series.
Rally Caps kind of fizzled out, didn't they?
I like rally caps.
I'm a fan of Furcal. So this is his power side.
Furcal, Craig, and Freeze in the 11th. First pitch is high to Raffy. A reminder that Tim Collins lost on Father's Day a year ago.
Walk-off home run by Schumacher. He was a loser yesterday. Did win Wednesday and Thursday and on walk-off wins by the Royals at home.
No doubt he's having an outstanding season. The 2-0.
It's a long season, Ricky.
It certainly is. Every player has their ups and downs. Collectively, you have your ups and downs. For Call trying to get on base anyway. He scored 42 runs on the season. Beltran 40, Holiday 41. And he was trying to win it right there.
Said this was his power side. He's got 3 home runs left-handed, 2 right, but you see a lot fewer at bats right-handed, his natural side of hitting. So yours, but he did try to win it with that swing.
The 3-2. Call strikes out. Call the last 3 weeks has been swinging as hard as we've seen him swing. Everything just almost out of control hard.
Yeah, a little. And Ricky, sometimes, he hit 2 home runs on the road trip. Sometimes leadoff guys, when they hit a couple home runs, all of a sudden they say, man, that feels good, looks good on the scoreboard, I'll try and hit home runs, and they put themselves in a funk. And you just have to kind of go back and be the hitter you are.
Pitch almost hit Alan Craig.
More than once today. Pitch almost got him.
Craig batting .412 against left-handed pitching this year.
Tell me more.
Okay. Has a home run today. What else you want to know?
One right now.
Should get a pitch to hit here. 2-1. Pulls the string, now 2-2.
Collins only 22 years of age. From Massachusetts.
Alan Craig, 3-2. Chance to be a hero here. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the 11th. David Freese batting in the bottom of the 11th. I wonder if he's ever done that before. Something fun in the bottom of the 11th. Oh, yeah, he did.
We'll do a Game 7 tomorrow night. Maybe we could splice that in and just make it part of our game right now.
Well, if it's a home run, we'll say it'll be an off day tomorrow night. Because that's what it is. One way or the other, the Cardinals will then go on to Detroit, Kansas City, and then Miami.
See, a lot of people say thank you.
You bet. Cardinals with 83 home runs on the season.
Collins' high school team finished with a 91-5 record in 4 seasons. Despite that success, he was not drafted. And then a Toronto Blue Jays scout signing by the name of J.P. Ricciardi went on to be the general manager, and he was traded to Atlanta and then brought over here to Kansas City
from Worcester, Mass. Suburb of Boston. That's how they say it in Worcester.
Worcester. Tewksbury be telling you that, right?
Just 22 years of age. Good live arm. Chance of being an all-star. The 2-2 to David Freese on the inside corner, and he has struck out the side here in the 11th. Let's try 12. Errors for the Royals, 2 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Cardinals. Fernando Salas will pitch for St. Louis. We've seen Wainwright as the starter. He went 7 innings, gave up just 1 run, was in line for a victory. Then Mitchell Boggs, Jason Mott, Victor Marte, Zepchinski, and now Fernando Salas.
Salas done a nice job since coming back to the big leagues. Recorded his 4th straight scoreless appearance on Friday with a 1-2-3 inning. And you would think you'd have some multiple innings out of his arm if needed.
Seems to have gotten a bit better, Al. I know that probably wasn't excited about his trip back to AAA, but sometimes you just have to kind of find yourself again. And he'd given up a lot more hits, more home runs than we were used to seeing, and even the control wasn't there.
He was walking people, and that wasn't.
I mean, you can handle the home runs when you're a guy that's throwing a lot of strikes.
Fernando was team leader in saves last year with 24. It just wasn't throwing right. Said he had a problem with kidney stone that it sounded like he did not divulge to the ball club, and he speaks enough English that should not have been an issue. You know, get some medical help from that.
That problem has passed,
and he's pitching better, so it's passed in more ways than one.
Yeah, you're tracking me. Been a long game, Al.
Yes, it has.
2-1 the count to Alex Gordon. Out in front. Popped out of play. All right, now get that ball and give it to a kid. Oh, we don't have to. A kid got it anyway. Gordon, Betancourt, and Hosmer in the 12th for Kansas City. Salas misses high and away, so he goes full to Gordon. Gordon's walked 3 times already. He has 37 walks on the season.
So he stays in that leadoff spot with that high on base percentage.
And by fouling off pitches like that. Cardinals in the 12th, in case you're wondering. We'll have Adrian Chambers, Tyler Green, and Tony Cruz. Yadier Molina still available. Best run differential in innings 9+. Kansas City Royals are up in the big territory. How about the Cubs being up there as well? That surprises me. Cubs, by the way, have the worst record in baseball going into action today. Cubs are 8-25 on the road.
Worse than Minnesota?
Yep, just barely. Leadoff walk, never a good idea.
Time is called as Gordon take care of his sliding gloves.
Here's a rarity, Al. There have been 6 walks in this game from the Brewers' standpoint, and not one of them has scored yet.
It's 4 for Gordon.
Said Brewers, of course, I meant the Royals. Betancourt, shortstop, manager, ex-Brewers.
Betancourt
got me confused.
Wants to get it straightened out with his third base coach. He went in for the injured Getz, and this is his 5th plate appearance.
Gordon has a nice lead. Just extended it. Not going. Pitch out.
Gordon has 3 steals on the year.
Not going. Ground ball to short for Call. Tough hop to Green and on to first. That was a tough hop for Call. He had the quick hands. Ball was hit hard. Green turned it and erases yet another walk.
Ball hit hard, and it kind of took that funny little hop. Gets the ball over to Green, and look at the Betancourt hadn't come into your pitcher yet. How hard that ball was hit, and how easy they turn two.
One of those hops that happens because the ball was hit so hard. It has that little topspin on it. Just almost ate up for call. A lesser shortstop might not have caught that ball.
Yep.
2 outs for Eric Hosmer.
No, they're touting Hosmer as a future superstar, but he has a ways to go this year in his sophomore season.
Ground ball up the middle. Going to be a tough play for Green. Off balance. Can't get it. So that double play looms large.
Just well placed, and he runs well enough. Up towards the middle, kind of the high hopper, hits it on the edge of the grass, tries to reverse direction and throw behind his behind. You can see how close it is at first, but clearly safe.
There goes the runner. The throw. It's low, and he's safe, and he's on to third. Hosmer with his 6th stolen base of the season, and an error by Cruz allows him to go to third.
Tony Cruz's first error at the big league level. 38 games last year in 5 different positions, never made an error, but a throwing error here. But Tyler Green has to keep that ball from going to the outfield.
Agreed.
And then there's another aspect too. You know, you've got to knock that ball down. Another aspect is on a throw like that, the center fielder has to come in. He has to anticipate that that ball could, get by the second baseman. I'm not saying come in racing and then if it gets kicked left or right, then you can't recover. But you've got to move before it gets by the infielder and then, guaranteeing the runner gets to third. Two and 0.
Slider is high and got away with that one there.
I mean, yeah, it's high.
Good thing it was high.
But if he swings at that pitch goes a long way.
I agree.
It's we'll call a hanger. But
3-0 to Frank Coor. And he walked it. So another walk.
Not the worst thing when you fall behind the count.
Right.
Sometimes a manager will elect, you fall behind 2-0 like that, just say, okay, just erase this. Don't want you pitching, throwing when it's in good hitters counts.
Cardinal pitchers have walked 7 batters here this afternoon, and here comes Mike Matheny. Talk about the situation and maybe another walk with Escobar batting next. 7 walks for Cardinal pitchers, just 2 for the Royals.
The Royals have left 10 on before this inning. Cardinals 6.
Game on the line here. Top of the 12th. I'd like to have been a fly on the wall for that conversation with Mike Matheny and Fernando Salas, which probably, by the way, took place in Spanish.
Call came in there too, so 3.
Ground ball to the right side. Green has it, Throw to first. And Salas works around a hit and a couple of walks onto the bottom of the 12th. Downtown St. Louis, Father's Day special for you. Bottom of the 12th. Tim Collins back out for his third inning of work. Cardinals just 1-3 in extra inning games. Would like to have a winning homestand with a victory today. They'd be 5-4 in interleague play, and they'd win the series if they could pull it out. Adrian Chambers will bat first. He had a single after entering the game in the 8th.
So difficult for the visiting team to win extra inning games.
They always have more pressure on them, don't they?
They really have to get the Cardinals out. Not only they got to get them out six outs. They got to retire him this inning. Then hopefully their offense gets a run, and then have to retire him another full inning. So a lot easier for the home team to win, and let's do it now.
Adrian Chambers. April of last year, the only time that Tim Collins has pitched this long, pitched 3 innings. He looked very sharp last inning, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
3 strikeouts. He got for Call, then Craig, then David Freese. I'd like to see Chambers get aboard and see the Cardinals get aggressive on the bases. We've seen an aggressive Kansas City Royal team.
I think Mike Matheny wants to do that. I'd like to do it. And Chambers would be one of the, you can't do it if you don't have guys that have speed, but Chambers has speed. So, as you say, it all starts with getting on base.
Ahead in the count. Pretty good swing at a high fastball. The 2-2 to Chambers. Low, 3-2.
Pitch count really isn't that high. It's only 30 pitches. Pitching here in his 3rd inning. in ball 4, but feel like you have to protect. He's got the good gas, but been throwing a very effective changeup, and he's got a breaking ball.
Line drive to center. Dyson back. Backpedals a little more and makes the play. Well hit by Chambers. Pretty good at bat against a tough lefty.
And Tyler Green be the hero.
We know that he has the power potential to do it.
He does.
Seen him hit one in the upper deck here.
That surprised me a couple years ago.
He was trying to do that again.
Got 4 home runs on the year, but a couple years ago he hit one up in Big Mac land, and we said, whoa, where'd that come from? Knew he could run.
Collins appears to have a delivery that is difficult to pick up. He's throwing decent fastball, good speed, but a lot of late swings on him. A lot of uncomfortable swings. Just wonder if he hides the ball well.
Yeah, he just. I think with the height of the mound, it would help them see him.
Does kind of come back behind his head, behind his ear a bit.
And he truly has a short arm.
Yes, he does. But with what he's been gifted,
making the most of it.
He is making the most of it, is right. 1-2 to Tyler Green. 59-footer.
Sanchez is warming up. Cardinals have a pretty good rally going to get to Salas' spot in the order.
You'd have to think he'd go back out if the Cardinals don't score, unless they get to a situation where they have to pinch hit Molina. Could be 2 out, 2 on. And the pitcher's spot. The Cardinals get to that spot, they will use Yadier Molina. Still looking for that hero, Al. He's somewhere. Ground ball left side. Moustakas. Close play. Wow, did Tyler Green get down the line? There's some big leaguers at work on that play.
Never embarrass yourself if you hustle down that line, do you? High fastball. He put his head down, looked to see the play, but he ran hard all the way through and almost beat that out. About Tony Cruz, his first RBI. First home run of the year.
His incentive would be he doesn't have to catch 13.
That'd be, you know, when you haven't been catching that much.
Oh, exactly.
You come out here and you catch 12 innings, that takes a toll on those legs. People don't quite understand that. It's only his 9th start. And Yadi catching so many innings.
Not exactly like catching a doubleheader, but it probably feels like that to Tony
Cruz.
Worse. Could be. Plus, he's had to handle all the pitchers that he's handled. And a week's worth of experience today.
That's good. Well, they're very comfortable with him being the backup. I saw last year he had a nice little, stroke, but it's hard to hit when you don't get many plate appearances. This game here too will prepare him for the next time he pinch hits, but that happens so rarely for the backup catcher. Always save him in reserve. I don't know about you, Rick, but I think sometimes you save him too much.
Agreed. Oh, 0-2 the count to Cruz. Set up outside, and he misses. Think about the mental toughness of every player in this game, dealing with the length of the game, the extra innings, but of course the importance of the game. Everyone matters. You just have to stay strong mentally. Don't give away an at-bat. Every pitch matters. And both managers have to stay on their toes, Al, as well as the coaches.
One pitch could determine the outcome. Fielder's been on the field. Catch a little bit of a break as it is an overcast day.
Temperature's a little cooler today than they've been. Been around 80 at game time.
And we're approaching the 4-hour mark.
Collins working in his third inning. Fly ball to center. On to the 13th. Inning, Fernando Salas had a scoreless 12th. And I don't know about you, but I'm running out of room on my scorecard, so I can go a couple more, and that's about it.
Escobar
right on the back of my hand.
Escobar hit, and then it looks like Bruce Chen, yesterday's starter, will pinch hit for Collins.
I assume when Chen came to the park today, he was not thinking about pinch hitting tonight. And I say tonight because that's about where we are tonight.
Cruz looked like he wanted to go talk to him. And they said, "Oh, heck with it.
Never mind."
Never mind. I've got to go too far out there.
It's okay. We'll talk later. See, you didn't need to talk to him after all.
That's right. Scared him.
Tyler Green makes the play.
Salas in his second inning of work. Here's the Bruce Chen.
Cardinals very different defensively than when we started today. Bruce Chen, 142 career average, pinch hitting here in the 13th. Only David Freese and Tony Cruz are where they started about 4 hours ago. For calls now the shortstop. Green's moved to second. Craig's moved from right to first base. Chambers, Robinson, and Beltran now in the outfield. Sixth pitcher for the Cardinals is Fernando Salas. And the Royals will have their seventh pitcher for the bottom of the 13th. As the line is closed on Collins. 3 solid innings, 3 strikeouts.
Very good job. Kept him right in this game. Joe Kelly struck out Chen yesterday in his lone plate appearance. Didn't stay long in that game pitching wise either. Only an inning and 2/3. 7 hits, 6 earned runs.
2-2 is low. Base hit for the pitcher, Chen.
Butler likes that, thinks that's pretty funny. Ball just slicing down and away, and he went with the ball. Nice piece of hitting.
Jared Dyson is 1 for 4 with a walk. Runs well. Strike one.
Wonder with the pitcher running there. Alec Craig holding him on, or is it hard to guard against the bunt? Laying in front of the bag so he can charge in.
Think about, with all the information in baseball and what everybody knows about everybody else's team, etc., one thing clearly they don't know is the speed of the pitchers. You wouldn't even think you're not going to scout that. I mean, you have no idea. Cardinals have used Jake Westbrook as a runner today. Now it's Bruce Chen who would represent the potential go-ahead run. I don't know if he's fast or not. Fly ball to left. Whitey Herzog used me to pinch run in a game my rookie season, and I'm slow as molasses. And Rick Hummel asked him after the game, why did you pinch run Horton for Steve Braun? He said, well, he looks fast.
Good answer.
But I wasn't.
Yeah.
But I wasn't going to tell the Rat I wasn't going to do it.
And you had a big chance his last time up in the 11th, bases loaded. Zepchinski got him to roll over to second.
There's a good pitch from Salas. Maybe the extended work for him would be a good thing, Al, just to get him.
Sometimes it is good, just to get out there and kind of wear yourself down, get a good feel for it.
Late swing. And he does appear to be getting sharper. Fernando Salas, second inning of work.
I learned a lesson early too, Rick. I was warming up one inning and the phone rang and they said, "Is Al ready?" You know, we were hitting. And I said, "Yeah, I'll be ready. You know, I've got 2 more outs before, you know." And so they called down, they said, "Put me into pinch run."
Oops.
And I learned that, oh, I might pinch run, get in the game that way and then go pitch.
Running is difficult for pitchers because they're really not used to the situation, particularly in American League.
Well, I even found, you know, if you do it in that case as a relief pitcher, I could run, but you know, you like bunt plays, all the different kind of plays, it's still foreign to you.
Well, he's not going to have to run because Pena has struck out. How about a run? Let's go Cardinals. pitcher, 0-3 record, decent ERA, 9 walks in 25 innings.
He relieved Bruce Chen yesterday in the second inning. 2 outs, runner on second. The score was 6-1 in favor of the Cards. He struck out Alan Craig to end the threat, then pitched around a single to toss a scoreless third. He was recalled from Omaha on June the 9th. It's his 4th different stint here in the big leagues with the club. He was the Rule 5 selection last year from the Pirates organization.
They'll have 9-1-2 for the Cardinals.
Ricky, we had a question the other day that how many options do a player have? Is it 3? 3 times they can send you out, 3 years?
3 years, I believe that's correct.
And you can use as many trips up and down in 1 year and only lose 1 option. But
correct.
The 4th time you're frozen. If you send you down, you can't bring you up without clearing waivers.
Correct. And that rule in place to make sure a player doesn't just get buried in the minor leagues, that you don't stockpile talent without them having a chance to go to another team.
And, you know, another good rule for the players is the 6-year minor league free agent, so you don't get stuck in an organization. As technically, you can sign as a young man, say, we'll just say high school kid, probably 17, 18 years of age, and you're property of that organization for the rest of your life, technically. Prior to free agency and 6-year minor league free agency.
We used to talk all the time in the 80s and probably even in the 70s that happened too, Al, that players didn't want to get drafted by the Yankees because the Yankees were notorious for keeping talent in the minor leagues. There's a ground ball to short. Escobar has it. Long throw, not in time. Leadoff hit, infield variety for Shane Robinson.
I kind of thought, who would the Cardinals use? And it's going to be Kyle Loesch, and he'll get another shot to drop down a bunt, probably.
Busch Stadium, St. Louis. Still bringing you Father's Day baseball. Rick Horton, Al Hrabosky, Jim Hayes with you. A 9th inning home run by Billy Butler tied this ball game. Adam Wainwright had a good start. Kyle Loesch now in a bunt situation in the 13th.
Friday night he tried to lay down a sacrifice bunt. There was runners at first and second. He bunted it well, but they got the lead runner at third.
There's a bunt, first base side, and successful. Now 7 sacrifice bunts for Kyle Loesch. He leads the Cardinals, and he's up among the league leaders, and he does his job. Way to go, Kyle.
Well, that's what I was telling somebody. He's an excellent bunter. And the other day, he just bunted the way he was taught to bunt to the third base side with that. But they put a wheel play on where naturally you bunt it hard enough to get by the pitcher and the third baseman fielder, but they had the shortstop cover, and now they're going to walk Beltran. Take the bat out of his hands. Set up the double play ball.
For calls, tough to double up. Wheels are turning for Mike Matheny and Ned Yost, and they have been for quite some time. Approaching 5:30 Central Time. These players and coaches have been at the ballpark a very long time.
Not a lot that they can do right now.
They've used most of their bullets. One thing to keep in mind for the Royals is the very good outfield arms in right and left.
Shane Robinson has good speed out at second base. Oquendo is aggressive as they come. We do have, Alan Craig in the heart of the batting order coming up behind for call. I think Jose is saying enough's enough.
One and 0 on Furcal. Here's a line drive handled by the second baseman. This could be a double play, and he's out at first. Well turned double play. Betancourt and Escobar up the middle. fun. There's his numbers, 3.38 run average. Some flashes of the brilliance that we saw last year from Sanchez. 2-2, top of the 14th inning.
Came in yesterday and faced one batter, allowed a base hit, came around to score, but Mike Matheny and staff, I think the broadcasters all have a lot of confidence in Sanchez, just needs more experience. And he's going to get some here. Gordon doesn't have a hit today, but he's got 4 walks.
Royals go to Houston from here. Do not have an off day. Play the Astros before they return home to play St. Louis. Their off day comes on Thursday.
Their bullpen's going to be a little wiped out.
They may have to make some moves.
Hey, you pitched good this weekend. So good, we're going to send you out because we need some fresh arms.
It's happened before.
Mendoza did give him 6 innings today, but Chin less than 2 full innings yesterday. Played an extra inning game earlier this week against Milwaukee. Yesterday broke a streak of, I think they'd had 5 consecutive 1-run games.
Seen plenty of interesting things in this game. Good start from Adam Wainwright. Luis Mendoza was good, you mentioned. Back-to-back home runs for the Cardinals in the 6th inning. That's all their runs.
Yeah, but great pitching by Wainwright. Gets overlooked in this game, won't be lost, but he was very good. 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 run. Walked 3, struck out 8. 1 strike away from a victory.
25 strikeouts in this game. The home run by Butler on that 0-2 count in the 9th inning descended into extra innings. We've seen Bruce Chen, a pitcher, pinch hit and get a hit. We've seen 2 squeeze plays with nobody out that resulted in no runs eventually. Both teams doing that. What else do we want?
5th walk.
Three home run game. First 2 we're glad to report to you. Matt Holliday had the first one. Alan Craig just moments later. Then that's the one we're not too happy about. 0-2. 2 outs in the 9th inning. Billy Butler.
Who do you think he was? Tom Lawless? Looking at it like that?
Yeah, that's kind of what they do. Betancourt in a bunting situation. Alex Gordon in 2008 walked 5 times in a game. That's a club record. And he just did it again.
Tied it.
And 2 on Yuniesky Betancourt. That's what he has asked to be called. Until you ask him again. Check swing. Did not go, said Dana Demuth.
The umpire's been out there a long time and stay on the field in between innings. Sometimes we forget how tired they must feel.
Absolutely. Especially the home plate umpire. That's Alan Porter. There's Dana Demuth. Paul Nart working behind the plate. Mike Estabrook at third, filling in for Kerwin Danley. Not very many complaints Paul Nart's way. Had one error in this game. That's Tony Cruz. That came on a stolen base attempt in the 12th. We've seen some outstanding defensive plays.
Cardinal players in the past have complained about the shadows, and that's going to be an issue coming up.
And we go much longer, we may have to put the lights on. If we go like 20, 21 innings.
So now that home plate, you're almost see the pitchers, the ball start in the light, and it goes into the shadows. At some point, they're going to be light at the mound and light at the plate, and all shadows in between.
Slider misses.
Longest game I played in was 25 innings. I think the longest game as a broadcaster might have been 20.
That was the Met game.
But the 25-inning game was the Met game.
Well, wasn't it the Mets also that?
I was thinking of Miami.
Cardinals had that.
Yeah, that long one on
20-inning game on Big Fox, correct. There goes the runner. Line drive, and it is fair. And towards the corner. Gordon rounds third, and he's headed home. Furcal has it, play at the plate, and he's safe. And the Royals take the lead. Betancourt doubles to left. And it's 3-2 Kansas City in the 14th.
Like Gordon was slowing down, thinking he was going to pull up at third base, but sent him on home. Not a particularly good throw from Chambers to Furcal. So Gordon, watching right here, knows he can go to third, and then he got the go ahead to come on home. Furcal had a strong throw, but he got kind of a weak throw from Chambers. It was low, and he had to reach down to get it and come all the way up and throw.
Line drive to center. Robinson has it. Betancourt advances to third. Well, let's look ahead one more time, Al. Bottom of the 14th. Cardinals will have Alan Craig, David Freese, and Adrian Chambers.
Furcal's got a strong throwing arm. Chambers doesn't. And there's the bad throw. And that's probably the difference. There's a strong throw from Furcal. But he got the one hop, and it was low.
Cardinals need to cut this run off.
Really do.
Rancourt.
One run, you can come back and win. Two, it gets awful tough. You're playing in the 14th.
So all the walks the Cardinals have had today, none of them had resulted in a run until that one. Playing with fire.
Playing with fire. Leadoff walks and late innings, but particularly in extra innings, you're asking for trouble.
8 walks on the afternoon. 0-2. Sanchez needs a strikeout here.
25-inning game and in the mid-70s against the Mets. Cardinals were losing going into the 9th inning, and Kenny Reitz hit a home run to tie it. And then there was no scoring until the 25th inning.
0-2, just gets a piece.
I went 3 innings in that game, and I think Mike Garman followed me, and then Claude Osteen pitched 9 1/3 shutout innings in relief and got a no decision. Sonny Siebert came in and threw a double play ball, eventually got the win. As Big McBride, a wild pickoff throw at first, raced all the way from first to home to score the winning run.
0-2, misses. Red Shadings would have been the manager.
Red was the manager.
I think I'd hear him tell that story that you guys had kind of a crazy travel day as well, didn't you?
Lou Brock had broke the stolen base record the night before. So by the time they got through, they had a 20-minute ceremony during the game. And then by the time they got through the press and everything, we didn't get into New York until 5 in the morning.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. That could be an important strikeout as the Cardinals will try to get back in the bottom of this inning if Sanchez can retire Moustakas.
That breaking ball we tried to swing and miss. Best part of that game was that Bowie Kuhn was in attendance and he couldn't leave. He was sitting in the first row and they showed him every half inning. Make sure the commissioner of baseball didn't get up and leave a baseball game.
That would be bad form, I guess.
Right. I don't know what the crowd started out, but it ended like at 3:30 in the morning, and there were very few people there.
Sanchez throwing these pitches maybe a little bit too hard, and on another one, the first two he almost threw away. That one he almost threw away. Needs a little bit, maybe throw a changeup here. Man. Gave Cruz a workout there on that intentional walk.
He's already stretched out.
Saw Neil Allen lose a game on an intentional walk, throwing one away.
I saw Mike Torres do it. And I believe it was a 1-0 game. Now another intentional pass.
And that strikeout of Francoeur gives the Cardinals a chance to walk 2 Royals in front of the pitcher. Again, no possibilities for a hitter off the bench. That's been true for quite some time now for Ned Yost. So Mike Matheny opting to have Nate Adcock hit. And you wonder,
they got Broxton.
They're going to use Broxton anyway. Why not have their pitcher Mazzaro hit?
Obviously, Broxton warming up, picked up his 100th career save on Friday night, turned 28 that day. Obviously, Ned Yost thinks that Adcock's a better hitter than your favorite pitcher.
Adcock bats for himself. Sanchez needs to throw strikes, and so far so good.
And watching that front foot, he doesn't want to be hitting. Maybe Mazzaro should be hitting.
I would say so.
Only thing you want to do right now is do not hit his bat.
Or him.
Or him. You don't hit his bat, I think you got a strikeout.
He didn't, and he did. Cardinals need to score. For the Royals and the 8th pitcher of the afternoon. He has 16 saves on the season, 4th in the American League. And he is called on to save this game that has been a doozy. Cardinals all but had this game in the bag in the 9th inning. Billy Butler spoiled that thought. And they have been throwing up zeros. Both clubs have since then. But Yuniesky Betancourt had an RBI double in the 14th. 3-2. Craig, Freese, and Chambers in the bottom of the 14th. Broxton can be nasty.
Well, he can be, and the Cardinals have gotten to him in the past. And even the save he picked up on Friday night wasn't easy. Remember, he retired the first 2 Cardinals he faced. Then he allowed a single to Green. Green stole second, went to third on the error. And then game ended as he tried. The ball got away. Moustakas made a great throw to Quintero at the plate, and the game was over. But that wasn't an easy one either.
Interesting way for him to pick up his 16th save.
Yeah.
With that particular play. 2-0 on Alan Craig.
And you're out of control. You know, you have no control of what was going on as Green was trying to race around the bases. He's a big man.
The 2-0 to Craig. That's low. Pena thought that was a strike. Didn't hold it very long. Didn't frame it very well. .3-0 to Craig. Cardinals need base runners. Not yet. Showing the heroics of 2011 between innings here, perhaps suggesting to the fans that something could be possible here in the 14th. And maybe it is. Leadoff walk.
What do we say about leadoff walks?
They kill you. So it's David Freese. Wonder if he was watching those videos between innings, showing the heroics that he was very much a part of.
Broxton has allowed 1 home run this year. Former Dodger closer, 2-time All-Star in the National League, signed with the Royals. He was supposed to be the setup man, but their closer Soria out for the year.
Power against power here. Ball 1. He looks uncomfortable on the mound.
Pena out to talk to him, and sure he's saying, I'm trying to throw strikes, but I'm also respecting the man at the plate that with one swing could end this ball game. This is what I was saying. The worst feeling in the world is come in trying to close out a game, pick up a save, and walk off with the loss. It's what Freese and the Cardinals are trying to do to Broxton.
He'll get over it.
He will, but it'll take some time.
The 1-0 to David Freese. Fly ball to right field. Francoeur battling the sun. Makes the play. That ball almost popped out of his glove.
See the sun just glistening off the lens of his glasses.
Appeared to have a bit of a snow cone there too. He's a very good defensive player. Kind of fearless in right field with a strong arm. Chambers had a single in the 9th inning. Flew out in the 12th. Cardinals down to their last 2 outs. Tyler Green will bat next.
Stockus kind of guarding the line at third base. I think with a left-handed batter, be a little further off the line. May play in to guard against the bunt, but then they got the middle infielders pinching up the middle. Big gap in right center.
Ground ball up the middle. Base hit, Chambers. Craig rounds second. He's headed to third. Cardinals with runners at the corner. In the bottom of the 14th, thanks to Adron Chambers.
Chambers come up with 2 big hits here in late innings. Single in the 9th, fly out in the 11th, but now this one set up first and third, 1 out. Well, you got Alan Craig not running at 100%, but that's as far as he's going to go anyway. Tyler Green.
And maybe Yadier Molina. Tony Cruz in the on-deck circle. Molina, the only Cardinal we've not seen in this game. Tyler Green with a chance to tie this. He runs well.
Double play depth up the middle.
Pretty good hack. Just a little bit late. And now it is Yadier Molina in the on-deck circle.
Be batting for Cruz, but up to Green to keep this game alive to him, or he could win it himself.
The pitch, swing and a miss. High hard one past Tyler Green.
Fastball up and in right there. That's a tough pitch for anybody. Tyler Green. Broxton's never retired him. And we got
good arm in right, good arm in left. 0-2 to Tyler Green. There's a line drive to center field, and this ball is caught, and Craig does not tag up.
He came down the line and just a brain cramp as he thought that ball was going to get down. Hanging his head right now. There's nothing Oquendo can do because, you know, you've done all the preparation before the ball. He thinks he's going to score. You see Oquendo, and by that time it's too late. You tell him everything. Tyler Green thinks he just tied the game.
That was a good at-bat by Tyler Green. Should have gotten the job done and didn't.
Yadier Molina, last hope.
Plenty of mistakes for the Cardinals today, but we could forget all about them if Yadier Molina
That's right.
comes through. Do you run Adrian Chambers?
I don't care about him. Why risk throwing the wall away?
They don't, but we do.
You know, of course, that is the potential winning run represented by Chambers. But a guy like Broxton, he's so slow to the plate. You should be able to steal at will if you get a good jump.
Two outs, bottom of the 14th. Yadier Molina, very good with runners in scoring position. Asks for time.
See how tough that is right now. Pitcher's mound fully shaded. Then you have that sunlight in between, and then the home plate in the shade.
The 0-1 to Molina. High, and it almost got away from Pena.
God, he's become a very, very tough out. A lot of people stuck around. A lot of people, the different groups, got to go on buses. They can't stay for these long inning games, but they're all behind Yachty now.
Pena wants a word.
Chris Maloney, first base coach, talked with Chambers, looked into the dugout, whispered something in his ear. Nobody feels worse than Alan Craig. He is really pulling for Molina right now.
You bet he is. I do not believe that the Royals would throw down to second base.
I don't think so either.
Chambers took off.
Look at where the second baseman, there's no way he could get there. It'd be tough for the shortstop.
Not going. There's a line drive to left. Base hit, Molina! This game is tied!
Now win it.
And Alan Craig feels so much better.
Clutch hitting right there. Both closers had blown saves. And Shane Robinson can be the hero.
And if we continue, if he doesn't, the Royals only have one player left. And that's Colon.
Colon. And he's pitched quite a bit since being in this series.
Oh, you know what he's thinking. Wow. Good for Alan Craig. Smart baseball player, doesn't make many mistakes, made one there.
Yeah.
And his
It happens.
Yeah, his teammate picked him up.
It happens. Nobody feels worse than he does. People are going to think that's Oquendo's fault. No, it's not.
It's not. Speed at second base in Adrian Chambers. Robinson. 0-2.
Broxton very deliberate, isn't he? Plato in the Cardinals bullpen.
Swing and a miss. Robinson strikes out, but Yadier Molina has given the Cardinals new life. On to inning number 15. Three. Both clubs with 11 hits. Alan Craig made a mistake on the base pass, but Yadier Molina made it an unimportant mistake as he drove in Craig, who had led off the 14th with a walk. All that came against the closer, Jonathan Braxton. And Braxton does not get save number 17th, and Eduardo Sanchez back to work for his second inning. And both clubs getting very low on players. The Cardinals have Sam Freeman, Michael Clado, and that's it. The Royals have Roman Colon, and that's it.
I like the Cardinals' chances. They're at home. They've got two pitchers. Colon is throwing in the bullpen right now, so we'll probably see their last reliever. They're out of bench players. Both clubs are out of bench players.
And Colon threw 3 innings yesterday. Fun attempt to Craig. He flips to Sanchez, and he's safe. And all Eduardo needed to do was tag the runner as he's running alongside, but he went for the base instead. And it's going to be a bunt hit for Jared Dyson. Pitchers don't think about that. All you got to do is look and turn and tag him. Just tag him.
Right there. He's right there with you. He almost did it accidentally.
You're so bent on beating him to the base that you don't think all you got to do is tag him. I've seen that happen many, many times, and unfortunately it just happened there. A bunt hit for Dyson. Now it's Pena. Yadier Molina now behind the plate. There's another bunt attempt. One hop to Freeze. Nobody covering second base. Why is that? This bunt was so hard, the runner stops. He has the ball. Nobody's on second base. Why is that?
Tyler Green is going to first base, but the first baseman is right there. You know, he wasn't coming in charging as that ball was clearly, you know, bunted down the third base line. For call went to go to third because Freeze came in to field the ball.
So a successful sacrifice, but wow. Another defensive mistake for the Cardinals. Alex Gordon.
Boy, Dyson's got a big lead out there for call, trying to chase him back to second. Five walks.
Dyson held up on that bunt because he thought Freeze might catch it.
Right.
So he was clearly going to be out at second base. And we just can't throw a strike to Alex Gordon. Walked 5 times already in this game.
Both pitchers in the 14th walked the leadoff man, and it came around to score.
There you go.
Give both these clubs a little credit as keep on rallying, keep on pushing the envelope. Nobody wants to go home. They're playing their hearts out. Yost told me earlier this year that Dyson was at third base and a pop up to the shortstop. He scored.
Two-two. There's a fly ball to center field. Robinson has it. Out number 2. Joe Strauss from the Post-Dispatch has a tweet that I find very interesting and frankly missed. Is Ned Yost chose to pitch to Shane Robinson with the pitcher on deck. Could have intentionally walked Robinson. He got away with it. But Sanchez would be out of this game, or he would have had to hit one of the two. But the Cardinals were out of pinch hitters anyway.
Right. They would have to more than likely send one of their starters up to hit because they did have Plato warming up.
And the only one that could be would be Lynn or Kelly. Because they've already used Loesch and Westbrook.
And Wainwright started.
These teams will be recalling guys from AAA here before this game is over. Can't do that, Al. They don't let you.
Mitch Meyer has made multiple pitching performances for the Royals, their utility man, but he's out of this game too.
Fly ball to left. Chambers is back to the wall, and it's gone. Betancourt has been the hero of extra innings.
He came into this game when his second baseman Getz was injured. He's given them the lead the last 2 innings. A double, an RBI in the 14th, and a 2-run home run here in the 15th.
With that home run hit by Yuniesky Betancourt, another $20,000 has been raised to support prostate cancer research. Make a donation. You can call 800-798-CURE. Go online, www.pcf.org. And another point to make, and we'll make it after this replay. The home run by Betancourt just sneaks out. Another point on Twitter is another good one. What if Chambers would have stolen second base before the Yadier Molina base hit?
Right. Well, we kind of thought they should. I don't know if we've been able to come home all the way, but who knows? And now with them taking the lead, they can send Broxton back out. Said Colon was warming up, but he pitched 3 innings yesterday. Pitched also Friday night.
And so will it be Lance Lynn to hit in the bottom of the 15th? Will it be Joe Kelly?
Kelly has a reputation of being a pretty good hitting pitcher, but
he does.
Mike Matheny has seen it at this level from Lynn.
Hosmer strikes out. Cardinals got to try to do it again. In the 14th inning, Yuniesky Betancourt with a double. That gave Kansas City the lead in the top of the 14th, and it was Yadier Molina who tied it. Base hit to left. That scored Alan Craig. Then in the 15th, Betancourt again. A long one to left. And a 2-run lead for Kansas City. Bottom of the 15th now, and it is the rookie Joe Kelly, the pitcher, who will lead it off in a pinch hit roll.
Looking for his first major league hit. And wouldn't this be an appropriate time?
Broxton back out. Didn't get a save. Now he's hoping for a win. Joe Kelly hoping for a walk.
Need base runners.
That's what Broxton did in the 14th inning. A leadoff walk to Alan Craig, who scored to tie this game. Big swing. 1-2 to Kelly. Kelly, Beltran, and Furcal. Out number 1. Billy Butler has made this a very long and interesting game. And perhaps a profitable one for the Royals. His home run in the 9th inning kept this game alive.
Cardinals were down, or the Royals were down to their last strike. 0-2 pitch, 2 outs, nobody on base, and Butler took Mott deep. And here we are in the 15th.
5-3 Royals. Broxton seems much sharper here in the 15th than he was in the 14th. Strike one to Beltran.
Had his heart beating in the 14th.
Carlos 1 for 5.
Long, frustrating game to lose, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. A lot of intrigue in this game. We had our share yesterday, for that matter. 1-2 to Carlos. Back-to-back strikeouts for Broxton. Brings in for a call.
3 strikeouts in a row. Took out Robinson to end the 14th. And if anybody needs a hit, it's Ralphie. He was supposed to have the day off. And now he's 0 for 2 today. His average has gone from 319 to his current 288.
Strike one, 2 for call.
Cardinals have battled back a couple times in this game. Can they do it a third?
Broxton throwing hard here in the 15th.
Be a tired bunch of Royals going on that flight to Houston.
But they will be happy if they can win this series, if Broxton can close it out.
For Colin, Broxton, teammates in LA.
Ground ball. Moustakas has it. This should do it, and it does. The Kansas City Royals have won a crazy game here at Busch Stadium. With the 4 home runs hit in today's game, a total of $80,000 has been raised in this game for prostate cancer research. You can make a donation. Call 800-798-CURE. Go online to www.pcf.org. And now, crazy game.
A very frustrating game from the Cardinals standpoint. Great pitching from Wainwright. You know, then you got the 2 home runs. Yeah, Craig and Holiday to give you a 2-1 lead. Then Mott blows the save. Then they battle back in extra innings, only to lose it once again. Tough outing by Sanchez.
One last happy Father's Day, but don't go away. The Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live postgame is coming up